All right. This morning, the invocation will be offered by Pastor Ray McCormick, New Life Baptist Church, Casa Grande. There you are. And those who wish to participate, please stand. Oh, by the way, after that, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Supervisor Goodman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity to do this. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father, we love you today. Thank you so much for first loving us. Thank you for doing what it takes to make a difference in our lives and to grow us to be more like you. Lord, thank you for a community who desires to continue forward, growing and expanding and making a difference for your kingdom. And so, Lord, I pray that you would please give us wisdom today. Help us to follow your direction as we make decisions. Lord, help us to do this with the spirit that you would give us, and we'll give you the praise and the honor and the glory for all that you accomplish. Thank you again for our community. Thank you for the servants that are doing their best to serve and to encourage us to continue to do what we need to do for your kingdom. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and thank you. Thank you, and welcome to the Pinal County Board of Supervisors regular meeting, February 18th, 2026. It is 9:32. First in the order of business is executive sessions, as we've had many of those lately. Sorry about that, folks, but that's part of the business. I'm going to ask for a motion to convene into executive session for items 1 through 3.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. We are in executive session. We'll be back in a little bit.
Let's go. So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. We're back in regular session. Item number 4. I'm looking for, right at the moment, we're not ready for this, so I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 4th. Can you say it in the thing?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue item number 4 till March 4th.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. And I've had a request to move item 6 up in front of the county manager's report. So Mr. Liu will push item number 6 up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. We have 8 employees to celebrate with this morning, and we're going to take it a little bit out of order. We want to first honor Miss Christine Drost, and I believe we have the Honorable Judge Fuller here to help us celebrate, and wanted to make sure that we did this timely. Thank you.
Members of the board, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here today. It's an honor for me to speak on Chris's behalf. I also have a message from Judge Giorgini. Chris worked for Judge Giorgini for many years, and he sent me a text to read to you. Judge Giorgini is not known for his brevity, but this text is thankfully brief, so I'd like to read this on her behalf. Chris Drost has served the Pinal County Judiciary and its citizens with honor and distinction. I've had the pleasure of working with her for more than 2 decades. And let me interject, to even work for Judge Giorgini for 2 hours would be difficult. 2 decades would be grounds for therapy, I would think. But he goes on to say, she is more than a colleague. She is a trusted friend. She is a person of high character, integrity, and ethics. We've shared the blessings of watching our careers and families grow on parallel tracks in our lives. She has been a vital centerpiece to much of my personal and professional accomplishments. I am very grateful for the Drost family. Congratulations to you, Mark and Sophia, who are also present here today, for this wonderful achievement of 20 years of service. It is my honor to call you my friends, and I would just like to echo that sentiment. I've had Chris as my judicial assistant for several years. She's never said, why do we have to do this? She's always been there on time. She has never, ever been a problem for the years she's been with me. She's an exemplary employee, but more importantly, she's an outstanding human being, and I think that comes from her love for her family and for her Catholic faith. So we hope we can all join her and applaud for what a great person, what a great job that she's done.
Thank you, Judge Fuller. Now, of course, you need to have a speech ready. You don't have to speak.
Just thank you. It's been a very interesting 20 years. I got to work with Judge Giordini. I was in private practice with him, so came with him here. Then I got to the privilege of working with Kevin White, who's now retired, and now working with Judge Fuller. It's been a good experience overall, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drost. Ms. Drost, don't run off. We'll be doing pictures. I mean, Judge, you're welcome to go because you got, stuff to do, but. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. Back to the top of the order. Next, we have Gilbert Tarango, who's been with us for 35 years as a highway maintenance foreman. Mr. Joe Ortiz.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Joe Ortiz, Development Services Managing Director. It's, of course, my great privilege and honor to say a few words about Gilbert Tarango in his dedicated 35 years of service to Pinal County. It kind of reminds me of all those great videos that the board was able to showcase and all the great work that Public Works does. Gilbert's the guy behind the scenes doing the action. It never gets out in front of the camera, but without him, none of that happens. Gilbert started his career back with Pinal County as a highway, when we were in the highway department, not Public Works, back in 1990. And then over the years, through his professional and strong leadership, he was able to advance and became our assistant highway foreman in 2009. And then shortly after that, he became our highway foreman in 2015. 2007, Gilbert was honored with the Robert Esterbrooks Award for Operations in recognition of his outstanding contributions. This is an award that's given through the Arizona Association of County Engineers. It was great to see Gilbert up there and get that award. Well deserved. And then Gilbert also demonstrated his commitment to the professional development side of the world by completing and graduating the LTAP Road Scholar programs 1 and 2. This is a state training opportunity that he was able to persevere through, and it's a great opportunity because it makes our individuals well-rounded employees from the not only the operator side, but it gives them a wide variety of other skill sets. And Gilbert was able to persevere through all that. In addition to his county service, he's also dedicated 20 years of his life to Eloy Fire District, beginning in 1995, retiring in November of 2015. He served as the Eloy Fire District Chief from 2004 through 2012, providing steady leadership and strengthening public safety services for his community. Back to his county tenure, Gilbert was played critical roles in managing and responding to numerous major events, emergency type events. He's been through 3 state-declared flood emergencies, 2 county flood emergencies, 3 wildfire emergencies, 2 tire fire emergencies, and through everybody knows the COVID-19 preparedness response team through our public health. He helped support that as well. But the biggest one I'd like to shine a light on is the Arizona City Eloy power outage that happened back in 2022. I'm sure, Chairman, you remember, I know Supervisor Miller was there as well, plus some of your great support staff with Tricia and Mike Cruz helped lend a hand. What that happened was back in July, we had horrible monsoons that hit, blew out all the power in that area, and through great volunteers, and Gilbert being one of those, we were able to put on a Arizona City food distribution, and it was overnight success. Literally, it went from 2 days to getting this thing up and running on a Saturday, and Gilbert was a part of that. Him and his crew volunteered their yard to host this event, so that meant getting everything prepared to make it a safe event for people to come in and out of. He was able to put up the traffic control to help assist because it was kind of like a drive-through operation, and it went without a hitch. Gilbert even volunteered to jump on the forklift if we needed the pallet truck. So that's the type of individual in that public service that Gilbert is. And like I said, it was volunteer. Nobody had to pressure, mandate. It was Gilbert just stepping up and doing the job. That's what I appreciate about you most, Gilbert. I wish you the best. I hope we got another 30 years, but I kind of doubt it. But we'll take whatever we can get. I'm truly honored to say you're part of Public Works. Thanks, Gilbert.
Thank you. I'd just like to say this is the best job I've ever had. And I'd like to talk about the power outage so you can understand the dedication you have of your employees. The power outage that affected Arizona City, half or 3/4 of my crew live in Arizona City, Tall-Tech, Eloy. And they came in every day and did their job. And I'm sure that goes through all the departments, and I know that everybody here appreciates that. They're great people to work for. Our management is great all the way to the top. You know, it starts with you guys, obviously. And just remember us. We do the work, especially Public Works. We get a lot of requests to do work out of our scope, and we get it done. We absolutely get it done, and we'll continue to do so. We'll do whatever we need to do. And I know Leo, last time I said, you know, to me, the Public Works or Highway Department is the most important department in the county. Without us, without the roads, you don't go to work, you don't go to the groceries, emergency services don't get to you, your kids don't go to school, you don't go nowhere unless you have a mule or a helicopter. Without us, we are the most important department in the county. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the second most important department in the county. Takes care of our money. I don't think that Lupe Williams is here at the moment. I don't think she's present, but she's been with the county for 20 years, and she's currently a budget supervisor. I've known Lupe for a long time. She's a great person, and she adds a lot of value to this county. So thank you to Lupe if she's listening.
And the third most important, Mr.
The third most important office in the county. We have Sergeant Garnett Copeland from the Sheriff's Office, who's been with us for 20 years.
I can see a battle coming for first place and second place and third place here.
No roads, the sheriff can't go get you.
That's true. Without roads, the sheriff couldn't come, I guess. Okay, but back to Gilbert.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Pinal County, I will submit to Gilbert as long as he remembers to bring our road closed signs for the next emergency that we have.
We do know you have a helicopter, so you can get around. So
Exactly. But he forgot that one. They are absolutely phenomenal. If we have a major traffic collision or the monsoon rains and one of the roads gets washed out, they are on the spot bringing the road closed signs out there, which frees my deputies up to respond to other calls for service. In regards to Sergeant Garnett Copeland, this is kind of, it's a joyful celebration, but it's actually sad for me because I consider Garnett Copeland, Morty, and George Kinsvater all my friends. But Garnett was one of the first people I met when I started with the sheriff's office. And the reason I say I'm a little sad is he's got his 20 in and he's looking at a second career, so he's already announced his retirement. He's had an outstanding career with the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. And when I say that he was one of the first people I met. When I got hired on with the sheriff's office, they used to make us do a week of ride-alongs before you went to the academy so you could have an actual idea of what being a deputy is. I will tell you, I've been shot at, I've rappelled out of helicopters, and I was never as scared as running code with this man driving through Santana. But that goes to his dedication. If the call kicks out, it's a hot call, and deputies are needed there immediately, you never had to worry about Garnett Copeland not trying to be the first person there, and usually was. He rose up through the ranks, became a patrol sergeant, and supervised his deputies, and somehow realized that a supervisor's job was sometimes not to be the first one there, but be the first one to pull over onto the side of the road and call the deputies and direct them where they needed to go to manage that scene. He did the patrol aspect so great that he decided to finish his career as our community relations sergeant. Anytime in the last year and a half, 2 years, that if you guys went to a community event where it was our shop with a cop, coffee with a cop at Starbucks, or one of our open houses, the people that make that happen is because of Garnett Copeland. He's done an outstanding job, and I feel bad for the sergeant that's replacing him. Thank you. Garnett Copeland's a man of word, or actions, not words, so he'd rather not say anything.
no problem. He's good. Okay.
Next, we have Lieutenant George Kinsvater, who's been with us for 20 years.
I'm going to keep this brief because Lieutenant Kinsvater said he's got about a 15-minute speech. So, members of the board, Mr. Chairman, Pinal County, Lieutenant George Kinsvater is currently our lieutenant overseeing the professional standards unit, and that perfectly fits him because if you wanted the textbook definition of what professional standards is, you're looking at this gentleman. He has a lifetime of service. He's actually a sergeant major in the Army. He worked his way up through the Army. Retired. Did I screw it up?
Sergeant first class.
Sergeant first class. I was joking with him earlier and I called him a captain, but I know he has a backbone, so for us military enlisted men, so I screwed up on that. But Lieutenant Kinsvater is absolutely awesome. We have enjoyed our careers together. We were both deputies together. I will tell you that there was never more of an uncomfortable moment than him and I will share when we were sitting with our sergeant for our mandatory Sunday breakfast, and our sergeant just had his hands mauled by his service dog in a training accident, and George and I couldn't figure out if we were supposed to butter the sergeant's bread or not because he was fumbling around with the knife. To go from that to a call where the lady, for I guess because of his red hair, decided that he was a Nazi and was yelling at him the entire call, "Get your hands off me, Nazi, get your hands off me, Nazi." George promoted to sergeant, did excellent as the sergeant on patrol, but what he really shined on is we recognized that we didn't have formalized training for our non-uniform staff. We have a formalized FTO program for deputies and detention officers before Sergeant Kinsvater took it over, and Lieutenant Kinsvater completed the process of getting us a formalized, where now we send our dispatchers to a actual dispatch academy, so they get the type of formalized training. What he has done for the agency is the best described as we have dispatchers that graduate from the academy and come back and teach our senior dispatchers stuff and technology that they didn't know existed. So it's been absolutely amazing. That's why I appreciate his service, and I hope he wants to continue for a long time serving the citizens of Pinal County.
Next, we have Paul Mortensen, detention officer, who's been with us for 20 years.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I love Morty. Everybody in the jail loves him, but his captain really respects the heck out of him and has wrote up a way more eloquent speech than I could ever deliver, so I'm going to allow Captain Rushing to read his speech.
Actually, these are someone else's words who couldn't be here this morning, but I echo the same type responses. Paul Mortensen, affectionately known as Morty, badge number 1469, 20 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the Pinal County Sheriff's Office Adult Detention Center. Prior to being hired with us, he had 8 years in at the Arizona Department of Corrections. He served as a frontline detention officer. As an officer, Morty consistently demonstrated outstanding job in maintaining the care custody control. After years of serving on the front line, he was assigned to work in our intake, which is our booking and intake release area. Transportation unit, where he's assigned to transport inmates to and from other facilities throughout the states, interacting with other law enforcement agencies, performing at an outstanding level. Throughout his 20 years, he's demonstrated exceptional commitment by earning certifications as a firearm instructor, both less lethal and lethal, and with those certifications, he's helped ensure the highest standards of training to all detention officers and deputies. As an instructor, he's had a vital role. He and other officers are responsible for all our inventory, munitions. He was one of the first armorers I think we had. As of January 2025, he accepted another significant role in the Sheriff's Office, where he was assigned to our training unit as the lead instructor for the detention side of the house. But before I close out, these are just some of his formal certifications so you guys know the kind of employee that you're dealing with. Rifle instructor, firearms instructor. He's a FLETC active shooter school graduate. He's armor, red dot, duty pistol instructor, Glock armor, HPR instructor, emergency hemorrhage control instructor, taser instructor, academy instructor, FTO. He served with dedication and professionalism, but yet he has a legendary dry sense of humor, and he delivers it with a perfectly straight face. So in appreciation of his 20 years of outstanding service, loyalty, and devotion to Pinal County Sheriff's Office, I just want to say thank you.
Last but not least, we have Debbie Garcia from the Treasurer's Office, who's been with us for 20 years as a Treasurer's Accounting Supervisor.
Is this the fourth department?
This is
Just checking while you keep
the
it
most
short.
important fourth
Okay, there you
office that we have.
We are the first among equals. Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike McCord. I'm your Pinal County Treasurer. This morning, after hearing all the wonderful people that have been with the county for 20 years, they stole a lot of my thunder. But to give a little perspective, 20 years ago, Hurricane Katrina happened. The first year of YouTube was out for us to enjoy. Facebook was the first year that it opened off the Harvard campus, and Pluto was reclassified as a dwarf planet. And 20 years ago, Deb Garcia came to work for the treasurers. She served many different roles there, both on the tax side and the accounting side of our different divisions, and has decided on the 27th of this month that it's time to retire and to move on to other things. But we would love to recognize her and dedicate her for her hard work, her dedication, and most of all, her due diligence on every project she works on within the treasurer's office. If it is a minute detail, she will dig through it and find the result and give the most accurate and thorough explanations of any employee. It's going to be difficult to replace her, but we want to wish her the best as she moves forward into the future. Thank you.
So is that?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your stories. It's great to hear the amazing work that you all do and the fun stories that you have over the years. That's all of them. I think we have the group picture.
Yes,
next.
we'd like to get a group picture with everybody. Mr. Johnson, can you come on in?
Showtime.
Behind her shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll work. Come over a little bit. There you go. These guys look great. Kind of fill in the gaps. Go. Oh, yeah. Actually, why don't you guys switch? I didn't even catch that. There you go. Nice. All right. Big smile. 3, 2, and hold on. I want to double check something. Yeah, we're okay. And right here. Big smile. Like you mean it. I'm waiting for smiles. Cops never smile. Okay. And 3, 2. There we go. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm doing a different setup. I won't hit you. All right.
This one or me? Thank you for pointing that out.
That mic.
I leave them behind everywhere.
When you wrinkle your gullet. We'll give it a second, but next up is the county manager's report.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. I'll go ahead and start because Gilbert and Joe had mentioned the cool videos that are produced with Public Works, and we have a really neat, functional piece of equipment that we've obtained and been trained on, and helps us with cleanup, safety, fire mitigation, prevention, and wanted to make sure everybody knows that it's here and available and that we're putting it to use.
volume working earlier.
Yeah, well, it worked just fine earlier.
It's on silent.
The volume's down over here. There you go. Okay, third time's a charm.
And once you get your heat and your fire source going, it allows you to dump at a certain height within the burn box. Right above that height is airflow, and that's what creates your air curtain. It starts blowing air, and it keeps the temperature down and the fire down within the box, and it creates a fire curtain which prevents flames, which prevents smoke. 90% of the maintenance department, their responsibility is making sure our right-of-way is cleared. So we remove all the vegetation for site visibility. In the past years, it's been a cost. The gas-powered tools were a cost. So we created a vegetation process with a skid steer mulcher process. But we run into problems throughout the county where the vegetation is too big for our small tools to take care of. So we cut them down, and we usually either haul them to the landfill, which is a huge cost. And then at times we take it to our yard, and it just piles up in our yard, and it creates another hazard. So now we have the burn box. It's a two-man show, so it's going to be very cost-effective for Pinal County. In order to use this within Pinal County, we had to go through the permitting process that allows us to utilize it throughout Pinal County. This burn box is strictly used for vegetation. There's testing that you have to do yearly, so we're going to have to get this tested. We're going to follow the procedures that air quality wants us to do. Air quality and Public Works is going to work together to make sure that this process works.
Don't be intimidated about throwing big stumps in there.
It's going to be very cost-effective, and it's a safe way of doing things. It's a two-man show, and it's going to save Pinal County a lot of money. If we have a big project coming up in the county, and we have a lot of vegetation that we got to remove, we can actually take it to the job site and take care of all the vegetation there on the spot. So it's just another vital piece of equipment that we're going to be able to utilize, and a very cost-effective tool.
So just in case any of you were asleep, now you're awake. Wow. Okay. Is that it?
That's it. Thank you, Chairman.
That was it? Boy, okay. All right, well, thank you. And that's a pretty cool tool. We're going to move it up toward Oracle here in a little while to burn a lot of their vegetation down because they're a fire-wise community, and they've not been able to get rid of the vegetation. And that was some of the problems we had from last summer's Cody fire. So now we're going to roll it up there and loan it to them for a little while and let them use it, and then move it around the county to burn down the vegetation. It's a really cool process. All right. We are now on to item number 7, Supervisor District Updates. Let's start with Supervisor Vidiello.
Just a few things going on. I was able to attend the Central Arizona Project, and if you don't know what that is about water, which is very important to, obviously, the state of Arizona. And Mr. Miller probably will have some more words to talk about it because he is Mr. Water. And it's great to get together with them and understand that the Upper Basin is so important to us that we need to make sure we fight for every drop of water we get. And that's what that Central Arizona Project does. I was also attending Maricopa City Council meetings. I was meeting with constituents in Hidden Valley Thunderbird Farms area about all different developments and stuff that's coming into that area. I do that probably at least 2 to 3 times a week. They like to knock on my door at any time of the day, and my doors are always open to anybody who needs to speak to me. Whether you're in my district or not, you're more than welcome to give me a call, come visit me. I'm there pretty much every day except Wednesdays when I'm here. And then also attended CSA, that's the County Supervisor Association. And we're talking about bills, and I got to tell you something. Some of these bills, I don't know where these people are thinking. I don't think they're thinking, but we were able to oppose them or agree with them. You know, it works both ways. But we need to stay on top of this as all 15 counties got to make sure that, you know, the legislators understand that there's things that we want, don't want, and don't need. And again, it's all about the taxpayer and make sure that they're not just wasting our taxpayers' money by just putting out absurd bills, which, believe me, there have been some. Thanks.
All right, Supervisor Surtee.
So this time of year, I mean, it's just the main tourist hub up in northeastern Pinal County.
We have Lost Dutchman Days starting February 27th through March 1st. They just did the Lost Dutchman Marathon. I popped into the ghost town a couple days ago. It just packed, and people are driving the trail and the scenic route, which is Highway 60, that goes all the way around, all through our scenic, pristine desert. And I don't know when to bring this up, but at one time we used to, at the end of the meetings, we would have requests to bring things forward. I'd like to bring that back.
All right.
So, okay.
That's it. Go to Supervisor Miller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything specific in my district. I will in the next agenda item talk about on the legislation stuff. I will say, if you're interested in a rodeo, there's a rodeo in Casa Grande this week. So if you like roping and cowboys, that's taking place this weekend in Casa Grande.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Goodman.
Yes, and if you want to rodeo in Santana Valley, you can visit my house with my grandkids and everybody else. So what I have to report on is more of the efforts that's taking place in the Santana Valley area with the new town that's been created. They're going to hold, they have a council meeting tonight at 6 p.m. This will be a special meeting. It was also scheduled for February 19th, tomorrow night. The meeting tonight will consist of our various departments going and presenting tonight. I think it's our Sheriff's Department. We have our Public Works that will be there, not our Public Works, they did last week, but it will be our Community Development that will be there this evening to discuss some of the projects and things that we've been doing in the Santana Valley area. Along with that, Santana Valley has a logo competition for all the residents there to develop a logo, and they wanted to get the community involved. Another item in Santana Valley again, and by the way, you know, I've been the guy all along. It's kind of good to hand off the baton to 7 other individuals, to be honest with you. But they have on the 25th of February, from 6 to 8 at Central Arizona College campus there in Santana Valley, they are doing a Santana Valley Community Visioning Meeting. They're inviting all the individuals that live, all the residents of Santana Valley to come and provide input of what they would like to see, where the community ought to go, what the needs are going to be as a community. And so that will be the 25th of February at 6 to 8 at the Central Arizona College. In addition to that, we've had a long service that's been provided. It's called Compassion Queen Creek event, and they've always held it right there at the Poston Butte High School in my district. It's a pretty neat opportunity to be able to serve the community as a whole. We have a lot of professional services such as dental, vision, different doctors and hygienists that come to the community, to that particular location, and they provide services at no charge to people that need it. Last year, they served about 400 or 500 individuals, and they anticipate it'll probably be as big, if not bigger, than that this year. That will be on March 7th, that's a Saturday, from 8 to 2 at the Poston Butte High School. And other than that, I'm enjoying riding on my moped since my area has been reduced, so thank you.
Yeah. Getting rid of your county car.
That's right.
Okay, and in my area, not a whole lot went on this last week, but Tri-Communities cleanup is going to happen next Friday for Salmon Well, for Oracle, for Mammoth. It'll be, you can bring all your brush and your mattresses, and I don't know where people find all the tires, but all the tires and all your stuff to haul it off in Salmon Well. So that's coming up 7 to 1 on the 27th and the 28th, and that's all I've got going on. And with that, we are on item number 8. Discussion and updates regarding the 2026 Arizona State Legislative Session. And so, Mr. Miller, I believe you are up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. So this week at the legislature is kind of the time and the period that some bills will find their demise and go away and not be heard of again. But it also is a time that the legislature has a little trick in their hip pocket that they can grab a bill that's dying and they strike all and they pin in a whole bunch of legislation that didn't really have anything to do with the bill the first time. So Dana and I are constantly keeping our eyes open for those moves that they make at the legislature to try and keep bills alive. Can be a little tricky. A couple bills that if you have an account and you can go into the request to speak and oppose or support legislation. There's two that are kind of interesting that are mirrors of each other. It's 2052, HCR 2052, and House Bill HB 4030. And it freezes fees and taxes and basically takes away the authority of the Board of Supervisors to govern their county as we see fit. And so it's a strange couple of bills. I think the legislature either doesn't have confidence in the boards of supervisors or I don't know really how else to describe it, but we should oppose it if you have that opportunity. Let's see, there was one other one I wanted to touch base on that we opposed, and it has to do. It's 1852, and it's putting demands on the boards of supervisors to fill positions on precinct positions because somebody might have stepped off or what have you. Again, it gets back to there's already rules of that in place. We don't need to create more rules or more restrictions or conditions to that. So the County Supervisors Association has opposed that. And I think our Supervisor Rich, he did kind of observe, we spend a lot of time on defense. We spend a lot of time just trying to block some of the ideas that come out of the legislature, and it's frustrating. I know there's one out there I think Dana might speak to. It's a Senate Bill 1570 that is very egregious, and I would ask everybody to oppose it. And if is Dana here? I think Dana's going to speak to it. Yeah, there she is. So that's my report, unless anybody has any questions from the board.
Ms. Lewis, did you want to come speak? Now you say no, you don't. You never not want to speak.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Dina Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. I wasn't going to piggyback off of this because I actually have a slide during my presentation that talk about some of those, but I do agree with Mr. Miller in regards to 1570. I don't believe we need to go there.
Okay. All right. So are you done, Mr. Supervisor Miller? You're done?
I'm done, yes.
And that's all you want to talk about? Perfect. Okay. Then since you're standing there, let's do item number 9. And, oh, look, you're up. Alexis Department, County Recorder. Oh, and I'm sorry, Supervisor, what's your name? Goodman, you wanted to say something. Go ahead. Yeah, I got to read you.
I need to turn my name tag around, I guess, huh? Yeah, in regards to legislation, a lot of times government that's far removed from your area has a tendency to hurt the individuals on a local basis. And we're seeing that numerous times. And I think that's why we as a people need to be more involved and more intuitive to what's taking place on the state level. I think right off the bat is what's happened within the Santan Valley from years ago. We had a corporation commission that was responsible for overseeing a particular utility. They didn't do their job. And therefore, that's what happens. Legislation has a tendency to remove it and move it to a higher level. We need it on a closer level, those of us that are living the war on a local basis. So please be engaged, know what's going on, and be active with what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Now, Ms. Lewis.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. The presentation that you're about to see has been remitted to the clerk of the board for the record. Always like to give you guys the most up-to-date voter registration statistics. We have over 290 active voters and 325,000 active and inactive. Remember, those that are inactive just means that at some point we've sent them mail and they will not be eligible to receive a ballot in the mail until they have rectified that situation. We have several elections coming up in 2026, and we all know that the more times I talk to you and talk to the voters, that we are able to embed this information to our voter public. May 19th, we have the jurisdictional election for Mammoth, which is a recall. These are dates that voters need to know for the UOCAVA ballots going out April 4th. Last day to register to vote, always 29 days before an election. First day to vote early in person, and when those early ballots go out are 27 days before an election. We do want to remind people to mail that evil ballot back by May 8th. Last day to vote early in person, May 15th. Election day, May 19th. And our signature curing deadline for signatures that are mismatched is May 22nd. These are dates for party chairs, even though the Elections Department does a profound job of reaching out to the party chairs. Again, the voters need to know that we do this. Our internal logic and accuracy test is E-32, which is Friday, April 17th. The post logic and accuracy is Wednesday, May 27th. This is a town or jurisdictional election, and they will be canvassing their own election. And because it is a jurisdictional, there will not be a hand count of those ballots, or the tabulation equipment of the ballots, sorry. Recently, I've been up here talking with the voters and population of Pinal County in regards to how we send out our early ballots. We currently have a security envelope. Certain different counties have gone a different direction. Again, we wanted to take this to the voters. Over 800 voters did respond to the survey, and between 70 and 80% responded that they wanted to ensure we kept the security envelope. What that means is you have your ballot affidavit that has your signature on it, and then that is placed in a carrier envelope and then either put in a ballot drop box or put in the United States Postal Service. Your voters said that they want to keep that envelope. It is at a small cost. We will be doing that throughout the rest of 2026. The primary election date, which was originally scheduled for August because of HB 2022, has moved up 2 weeks. It is important that people know many of these dates. So candidate filing begins February 21st and commences or ends March 23rd. The ability to accept a request for an early ballot starts April 19th. UOCAVA voting begins June 6th. The last day to register to vote, June 22nd. Early voting begins June 24th. Last day to request a ballot by mail, July 10th. We want you to mail those active early voting ballots back July 10th. Last day to vote early in person, July 17th. Election day, July 21st. And the signature curing deadline, July 26th. The reason we did a presentation for this is there's a lot of information going out at voters, and I believe that them having the infographics and candidates alike having this information just makes the process a little bit easier. Again, dates for the chairs. We do rely on our party chairpersons to be actively participating in these processes with us. So the internal LNA is Friday, the June 12th. Our Secretary of State LNA tentatively scheduled for June 15th. Deadline to provide names for the hand count board of tabulation equipment is the 7th of July. We will draw the precinct chips on July 21st, which is the election. That hand count board will then convene on Saturday, July 25th. Yes, we do it on a Saturday. We give some people some time to sleep. Election post-LNA, again, this is where we create those zero reports that everybody talks about, is Friday, July 31st. The July election canvass is right now to be determined. We are working with the clerk of the board. Normally, we like to have it on a day that is already a regularly scheduled meeting. We like to keep Miss Kennedy happy. However, we do know sometimes those deadlines that we are required to have by statute don't fall in line with your guys' schedule. So just know that we have to do it by August 3rd. This is not the exact 90-day mailer that voters are going to get. This is one that is a copy off of the CD7 elections. And why? Because there's current litigation with the No Labels Arizona Independent Party. But again, it's really one of those things. The Elections and Voter Registration Department will receive an onset of calls. Hey, why did I get this notice? I'm letting them know this is an official notice. It's going to look something like this. These are what we call the pick a party, have a party 90-day notices. The have a party, you're already registered with a particular party. We're just letting you know if you need to update anything in your voter record, you can do so utilizing this card. However, if you don't have a party and like to pick a party, then you have the ability to do so with this card where you can select. Again, current litigation means that this is not a complete document at this time, but as soon as that litigation is complete, we will be updating this notice. Other updates. I'd like to remind the voting population that we are a received by, not a postmark state. And what that means is that when you take your ballot affidavit in that wonderful little security envelope and you put it in the blue United States Postal Service box, it doesn't magically appear in the elections department. It doesn't. What needs to happen is then picked up by a postal carrier. It then goes to a central processing plant, and then they have to batch them. They have to charge us for that postage, and then they're put in mail carrier trays, and then we pick them up. We pick them up with bipartisan teams. That can take anywhere from 4 to 7 days. So when people think that miraculously I'm going to have that ballot that you put in the United States Postal Service box on election day, that's not going to happen. And that's why we have these little meetings here on Wednesdays where I talk to people about those days to get those ballots, either in one of our fabulous drop boxes in Pinal County that are on county property under recorded surveillance, or in one of those blue boxes. But we again ask, make sure that you're giving us enough lead time to process those early ballots. We're always doing voter list maintenance, and we did recently mail out 1,263 National Voter Registration Act notices and 7,500 National Change of Address notices. Again, these are the ways that we clean the voter rolls. It just means that we got something returned to us, and so we want to go ahead and touch that voter one more time to see if they do live at that residence. So, if you signed up to be a poll worker, we ask that you please be watching your email. We're going to be requesting your availability to work in the upcoming election cycles, and then also getting you those training dates. Polling places. I want to personally thank the schools that have opened that dialogue back with us to invite us back to use them as polling locations. It does look like we have one in the Avra Valley area, and then we have started a dialogue with the ALA schools. We talked about earlier the 90-day notice, the No Labels in Arizona Independent Party name change litigation. Again, that is ongoing. We've been in talk with counsel, and there is an amicus brief that is going to be presented. I will keep the board abreast of those situations. These are those NVRA notices and NCOA notices. Again, voters get these. They're like, wait, is this legitimate? Yes, it's legitimate. It has my name up at the upper right-hand corner. If you receive these, it's because I'm trying to get in touch with you and make sure you're still where you say you are. We talked earlier about legislation. Our fabulous Garrett Glover put this beautiful graph together. In 1998, this is where we were at with bills introduced per year. You'll see in 2020 there is a bit of an uptick in legislation after the 2020 elections. We're right back there, folks. If you're not seeing a trend, I ask you to look a little closer. There's a trend. Legislation we're watching. Again, 1,966 introduced bills, passed committee 572, passed by the House 22, passed by the Senate 19. Sent to the governor 4. She has signed 2 and vetoed 2. There are over 100 striker bills right now in rotation. Some of the things we're watching, again, SB 1607, we'll be testifying this afternoon on this one. It stops party name confusion. When we statutorily reflect on a block of voters called independents, to have the name independent voter or independent party is really confusing to voters. We'd like to get away from that. 1687, we know we just passed HB 2022. That moves that primary election day in 2026 up 2 weeks. There's current legislation to move it to May. We're working with our lobbyists in regards to that. SB 1479 is a passion project. This is about having to present identification when you record a document. It helps create better PAL systems. One of the things that we have here in Pinal County is the assessor's listing, which has been received really fabulously in Pinal County. And it's also easier to fight against fraud and document and deed fraud. So we're excited about this. And of course, 1237, which is the EPM stakeholder bill. We're always out and about. Voter education and outreach is one of the things that we do really great in Pinal County. We'll be at the Lost Dutchman Days, Gila River Indian Community Resource Fair, the Florence Community Center, where that fabulous 250 anniversary bus is going to be moving around the state, and the 2026 Coolidge Cotton Days. And of course, at the last Friday of every month, we do the Voter Education Working Group. You do not have to be party affiliated. You want to know what's going on in the elections world, recorder world, or voter registration, come by and talk to the people who make it happen. Questions?
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Surtee.
Dana, how many actual polling places do we have in Pinal County? Do you know approximately?
Chairman McClure, Vice Chair Surtee, we currently have 94. We're changing the one in Avra Valley. We believe we're just waiting on those signed documents. It's from the air park to Avra Valley School, and currently in talks with one in Precinct 28.
And the reason I ask is there's some talk about possibly stationing a law enforcement officer at each polling place. While I think that's a great idea, I wonder, do we have the personnel, both county and cities, to even do that? So,
Chairman McClure, Vice Chair Surtee, when we talk about placing law enforcement at certain locations, I think the voters need to understand that months in advance, that the Office of the Recorder, the Elections Department, is working with the Board of Supervisors, with the Office of Emergency Management, with county stakeholders, with the Pinal County Law Enforcement Association, with firefighters, and the Public Works Department. We know where the hot spots are. We know where areas that a tree could be downed. We know where there's areas that we need fast response in the event somebody is hurt. We know that we need to keep our poll workers safe, and we need to make sure that voters are free to cast their ballot without intimidation. So we are working with all of the stakeholders of Pinal County to ensure that we're doing everything we can to ensure a very free, fair, legal, accurate, and audible election, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, and I didn't opine on this one. 1746 voting centers. CSA has opposed it. Just FYI. So I think that needs to be left up to the counties to decide how they do it. And it seems that they're trying to wiggle in something that we fought a while back.
Chairman McClure, Vice Chair Surtee, members of the board, Mr. Miller, you are correct. There are several different legislative initiatives to either turn us all to be precinct-based voting or turn us all to be vote centers. Again, I believe that it is in the statute that it is put forth that the Board of Supervisors will deem the type of vote model that is effective for their county.
Yeah, leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goodman, you had a point. No, that was it?
Point to Miller.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Lewis. And don't go away, because uncannily, your item number 10, you're right there to talk about entering into an agreement with Arizona Board of Regents on behalf of Arizona State University to offer an undergraduate elections administration fellowship. Right.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. In the years following the 2020 election, roughly 50% of top local election officials across 11 Western states left their positions, according to a report from Issue 1, an organization that tracks election administration and campaign finance reforms. At the same time, a report from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found more than 200% increase in violent rhetoric directed at public officials. This data comes amidst an onslaught of legislative changes and continued political polarization surrounding the election process. In this environment, protecting the future of election administration requires intentional efforts to build resiliency and strengthen the pipeline of public servants. Partnering with the university intern programs is a strategic initiative that benefits employers, educational institutions, and students alike. These partnerships serve as a bridge between academic learning and real-world application, helping cultivate knowledge, prepared professionals committed to public service. Arizona State University is consistently recognized for academic excellence and has been ranked #1 in innovation for 10 consecutive years. Collaborating with institutions of this caliber strengthens our ability to maintain transparent, legal, and accurate elections grounded in practical and principled administration. We are grateful that this board has supported our department in administering elections with integrity and professionalism. We hope you will continue that commitment by helping us cultivate the next generation of election professionals. And if I may introduce Bill Gates, former Board of Supervisor member of Maricopa County, and the director of the Mechanics of Democracy Laboratory at ASU. Mr. Gates.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and address you today. I'm very grateful for our friendship and collaboration with Recorder Lewis. She is truly one of the finest elections officials in the country, has been recognized across the country for her work. And as she mentioned, and as you are certainly well aware, given your responsibility over elections, it has been a challenging time for our elections professionals over the past few years, and many have left the profession for one reason or another. So I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to work with my colleagues at Arizona State University to, one, support current elections officials, as well as help training that next generation of elections officials. And if I might, I'd like to just acknowledge a few of my colleagues from Arizona State University who are with us today. We have Sarah Villalobos, also Carrie Kent, Mary Jo Zunk, and as well as our first graduate fellow at the Mechanics of Democracy Laboratory, Aman Masood. And in fact, Aman has a mentor here in your elections department, Yasmin Alvarado. So through this program, if you approve this item, we would have 4 ASU undergraduate students who would have the opportunity to come here, support Recorder Lewis and the team. We know the 2026 election is a very important election, and I know they would gain so much working in this very professional environment here. So thank you for considering this item, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I don't think there's any questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, any questions from the board? None. All right. Then I would ask for a motion, please, on item 10.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 10 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to get some pictures. So all of you all that just got to stand up back there, come on down.
Really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Your new city just yesterday.
You know,
like that. Learning tippy toes. You know what, Miller, come on the other side of Mary. You want to move over one?
Slide.
I'm trying to fix this. You know what? Do me a favor. Swap them over here. Come back over here. Because I want you in the middle. Come right there. Go. Shoot, how am I going to do this? Okay. You're not in the middle anymore. Come over. Well, I always try to put you in the middle. Sorry, you're not in the middle. Right here. Go back right behind her. Or actually, there you go. Go back just a little bit. And so you can see. There you go. Just a tiny bit. There you go. Nope, you're good. Come back over a little bit. There you go. All right, geez. There we go. Now you guys look great. And big smile. 3, 2. Great. We're going to do it again. I want super big smiles. This is a great thing. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I did it. Here we go. We got one in it. Here we go. Big smile. Last chance. 3, 2. Oh, it's on. 3, 2, 1. There we go.
You yourself? You totally just gave yourself. I think so. I'm calling them the replacements. These are going to be the people we cultivate to replace us.
All right. Moving right along here, we have item number 11. Well, maybe I'm going to call your name, Ms. Gorman. Maybe not. Purchasing Division Order. Come on down, Ms. Gorman. There you go.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. This is going to be a very short report. Tracy Gorman, Purchasing Manager, and this is the Purchasing Division Report for February 18th of 2026. In this report, the Board is requested to approve one contract amendment for RFP 232928 for federal lobbyist services. There are 2 purchase order changes that require your approval. And lastly, there is one cooperative purchasing agreement we would like to notify you of, as it is between $100,000 and $250,000. I will stand for questions.
That's it.
That's it.
Any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, may I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the Purchasing Division report as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have 2 seconds, but I'll take one of them. That's fine. So I have a motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Ms. Gorman, have a great afternoon. Item number 12, consent items. A through AI. All items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. To the board, are there any items that you wish to be pulled? Hearing none. County manager? No. Public? Ms. Podasky? I'm sorry, can you, so we get, I know, but just so all the people that are in our beautiful video land can hear.
Dia Podolsky, A-B and A-E.
Okay. A-B
and A-E.
And A-E. Gotcha. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
As in beautiful or David?
Beautiful,
Beautiful,
as in
David.
you, Mr. Supervisor Goodman.
Okay. Never mind. Any others that wish to be pulled? Mr. Ragg? AF, Mr. Reck, okay. And I saw Mr. Revelis. And that's it? I don't see that one on there, that's it. No, I'm sorry. Okay, A, D, and AE, okay. AE, Alpha Echo, and Alpha Delta. Yeah. Okay. Any others from the audience that wish to be pulled? Seeing none. Okay, then may I get a motion on items A through I minus, I'll try to do this correctly here.
I got it.
Well, you got it, but, okay. Go ahead. I won't even call it. You just go ahead if you got it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve consent items A through AI minus AB, AE, AF, and AD.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. We will start with item AB, as in Alpha Bravo. Ms. Badaski, would you like to come up and... I'm just getting your steps in today, so you know.
Okay. I have no problem with the concept of a grant for these purposes. I have some questions. And one of the questions has to do with the fact that seemed kind of inconsistency. One says the 25% is going to come from a special fund, and then later on in some of the documentation it says it's going to come from the general fund. That's just totally technical. The other one I have is that, as we're well aware, the county is currently in litigation with the county attorney's office over a 287G thing, agreement. And referring to deter and investigate, the actual agenda item says that the money is going to be used for prosecution, but it also references deter and investigate. And the task force model, which has been employed frequently recently, specifies that they can be used for specific reasons. And when the county attorney used the agreement that's in contention, it talked about drugs. And I don't know that you know, but in the first term of the current president, there were 45 task force agreements. Now there are 1,130. And I just want to make sure, and the county attorney has said in one of his press conferences that he has no plans to break down doors and all of those kinds of things. But those kinds of agreements mean that the cooperation is at a different level than we're used to. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I have no idea. I just want to know, everybody to know that I've noticed. And I'm going to read that grant. I have the entire grant application, and I'm aware the specific one is why is it coming from special fund or general fund? That's a specific question. The other is just kind of somebody's watching message. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is there someone that can answer that question specifically about the special fund or the general fund? I'm looking right at you, but can you answer that question? No. Okay. Can we look into that then? So I can.
answer the questions that she raised about the special task force. What I can say is that the Byrne grant is an annual grant that comes every year. It funds a prosecutor's salary for drug-related crimes and part of another prosecutor. I'm not sure about the fund area because I wasn't here last year to check that out, but I can look into it.
Can you please, and get back with Ms. Podasky? Thank you. Okay. And that was both your items, Ms. Podasky, A, B, and AE. Well, no, I mean, since you were there. Well, there is, but there's no. Since you're up, well, you were, let's just do you since we just have you.
It doesn't state where the money's coming for the matching thing. It doesn't say, as in AB, that it's already been budgeted. That's one of my questions. And can you slide that up to AE, please? Thank you. Again, 287 Gs. I have a copy of the original one with the Sheriff's Department, and it's my understanding that it is a jail agreement so that the Sheriff's Office point of cooperation comes after an arrest and not previous to an arrest. I mean, I have the words if you want them. But I just want to make that noted because there's always confusion about that. I mean, there's confusion about that. I don't know that there's confusion on the part of the sheriff, but there's confusion on the part of the public sometimes, that this is supposed to be specific to after an arrest is made. But the real thing I want to say is that there was a recent article about drones, you know, the El Paso drone thing, and that they're looking for a lot of drones to be flown in from Mexico into the Tucson area for access to Interstate 10. And the Sheriff's Office, there's a part of Interstate 10 that goes through Pinal County. So I think there's a possibility that with drones, this might become another level of interdiction. So I just, again, other than the funding thing, mostly it's just, I'm watching. Okay.
Well, I believe your funding, it says the funding for the match would be appropriated from the general fund if awarded.
Okay.
It says right there.
So. Okay, so general fund.
Yes.
But okay, I think he wrote, one of them said yes, there was an impact, and I think they didn't seem to be completely aligned. So it doesn't matter, but thank you.
Okay. And for clarity, probably I can answer for the sheriff. This isn't 287G related. This is general.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes the public does not perceive it that way.
Oh, I'm very aware.
Okay, so I just wanted to pull it so that it could be reiterated that that's not the intent, so that, you know, whatever.
And Sheriff, did you have a comment on that? Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Pinal County. As far as this grant goes, I was going to have Angie Woods speak on the general fund, but you already did, Mr. Chairman, about that. We're asking for the money, and then if it's approved, then we'd have to go back and actually fund a cost center for it. But as far as the task force, they're getting drugs off the streets. If you see the video where we took 5 million fentanyl pills off, that's 5 million people that could have died. My narcotics task forces who got that off the streets. And let's be honest, drug dealers don't work normal business hours, so there's a lot of overtime that they occur making these arrests in the middle of the night and then attending court during the day, and that's why primarily this money is going to go in to pay for their overtime.
But just to be clear, this isn't 287G stuff. This is standard task force model. Not, whoop, don't say that, Josh. I mean, this is the gang and
standard drug dealers, which everyone wants us to go after, is the people that are dealing the drugs to our family and our children.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Podasky, that answer your question well enough?
It does. Is ERE, that's the acronym used there?
Employee-related expenses. Am I correct? Thank you. Yes. All right. There you go. It's not a Taylor Swift concert. Just no. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let's go to Mr. Reck, AF. I'm just going down my list because I can. So.
Noel Reck from Eloy. In relation to this item, the email from Belinda Torres announcing the grants lists 5 national priority areas, 3 of which I have questions about. First, protecting soft targets in crowded places. Second, supporting border crisis response and enforcement. And lastly, supporting Homeland Security for task forces. The grant checklist from PCSO lists the strategic priority as SWAT team protection. My first question is, how does the strategic priority align with 1, 2, or all 3 of the national priority areas? The Torres email also states that monies for 2025 are still in a holding pattern due to ongoing litigation. My question, what is the basis for that litigation? And will similar litigation be expected for this round of grants? I've read the grant narrative from PCSO, and I believe I comprehend the reasoning presented. However, I am left with some questions and a concern. First, didn't PCSO just receive approval for a similar vehicle just a few months ago? And are 2 really needed? Can this need be explained by a recitation of the times the approved vehicle has been utilized between then and now? $416,000 is a lot of money. A possible 25% match would be $104,000. And using the economic concept of opportunity cost, losing out on the next best thing that money could have been spent on brings the opportunity cost to the county to $208,000. Are there other ways PCSO or other county departments could spend that money if this acquisition is seen as questionable? I know I've raised many questions, and thus I will leave them here at the podium highlighted for Sheriff Teeple to reference and address. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff Teeple, do you have a comment, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Pinal County, Mr. Reck hit it on the head. It's sometimes with the government process, we have to ask for permission to ask for money, ask for a grant, and sometimes those grants don't get fulfilled. The board approved us many months ago to ask for a new Bearcat with a grant so we could pay for it because the Kermit armor vehicle that we have for the western side of Pinal County is aging. It's actually based on military equipment. The oil filters, just little things like the oil filters are very hard to get. The tire size is unique, and we want to age that one out. So the grant that we asked for several months ago, that was approved by you. Thank you very much. But the granting agency determined that there was a greater need in Pinal County, and so we were not funded for the Bearcat. So this is, again, a request for us to ask for funding so we could get a second Bearcat to replace our aging one on the western side of Pinal County.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Mr. Reck?
In relation to that, I think so in relation to that. My other question, again, regarding the grant checklist that says the priority is SWAT team protection. And again, how does that align with the national priority areas protecting soft targets in crowded places, supporting border crisis response and enforcement, and supporting Homeland Security task forces. What is the connection, the alignment between those?
Okay, thank you.
In law enforcement, we will never have the ability, nor do we want the ability, to pick and choose what law enforcement agencies we back up. If the FBI calls for our SWAT team for assistance, the general public wants our SWAT team there. And any other federal law enforcement agency that calls for our assistance. The protection of soft targets is exactly that. The most recent use that we used from the Pinal County Bearcat from the Coolidge Airport, that protected citizens because everyone wants to get something on the phone right now. So we were serving a high-risk search warrant in the middle of a town, and there were individuals that were trying to film it and were putting themselves in harm's way. It would have literally been in gunfire way. So that's a soft target in a crowded area. The SWAT team effectively used the Bearcat to park it. It kept our negotiator safe inside the vehicle, but it also kept the individuals that decided to put themselves in a line of fire safe also.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Mr.? Nope.
Again, I guess I'm just asking for some clarification in regard to supporting border crisis, seeing as we're not on the border, but is that something that you would involve yourself with? And in relation to the Department of Homeland Security, because that's been a pretty controversial thing in regard to the 287G agreements and the involvement of ICE.
Okay. One more time once, Mr. Christie.
All right, so I could further clarify, Mr. Chairman, but as I said earlier, if a federal partner asked us for assistance, we're going to provide that assistance and provide them the safety. We are not geographically a border county, but realistically, the citizens of the Tohono Nation are being victimized by the cartel, which effectively moves the border just south of Interstate 8 into our county. That's where Border Patrol operates the most, that they call us for assistance. So that aligns with that. If Border Patrol is operating, catching drug dealers that are transporting drugs or worse, children across the Tohono Nation through acts of violence against their people, and Border Patrol interacts with them in the Sawtooth Mountains and they call for us, we will gladly assist them with that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Goodman, do you have
Yeah, for clarification, I think for us on the board and for everybody, I think, is would you say that your role and responsibility is to provide protection for the community as a whole and
Yes,
to help and to enforce the laws?
Yes, sir. That's two of my 4 main priorities, as stated in the Arizona Constitution. Yes, sir.
Okay. And one thing about these grants that I have found, a lot of the dollars that are spent that we use these particular grants, they're tax dollars that come back for you to be able to do your job effectively.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we good? Okay, thank you. Okay, and then let's see, we've done ABA. Mr. Ravelis, AD.
Chairman McClure?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry if I can just, I have an answer for item AB.
Yes.
I was able to contact the grant administrator at the office. That particular 25% match does come from a special revenue fund. It comes from the state aid Fill the Gap Fund.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Is that good? Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. Ravelis, AD, yes. And AE, but did AE get answered for your satisfaction?
AE was answered.
AE was answered, but you also asked about AE. Did it get answered to your?
I'll be satisfied so long as the primary questioner was satisfied.
Okay, thank you. So then AD, please, sir.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, members, we all support public safety. That goes without saying. What some of us are concerned about is that frequently these consent items come in requesting grants without providing background data, whereby we in the public can do some cost-benefit analysis. What is the data that illustrates and justifies use of taxpayers' funds in these requests? A concern that some of us in the public health is that while you may be having clarification from your electeds in the departments, the public, after all, is committed to community policing. And when we see militarized tactics and equipment like armored vehicles used in our neighborhoods and in our grocery stores and restaurants, it raises doubts. So I recommend, as a general suggestion, that the public be provided, when these consent items are listed, be provided background data so that we can have a better understanding of why this grant is being requested. So those are the general concerns that I think would help us in the public support adequate, rational, non-militarized community policing. After all, keeping in mind recent history that demonstrated that under a previous administration, two previous administrations, Pinal County Sheriff's Office received the highest number of military equipment of any other jurisdiction nationally. So those are general concerns that I think we need to repeat, because I support community policing. I want our law enforcement officers to be safe and be able to return home at the end of the day. But for example, how many times have under AE have there been need for armored vehicles? How many extraordinary situations under AD has the sheriff's office needed the additional resources? So that's the kind of data. And I'm satisfied with the general attitude, but I think we need to have more than just general ideas. We need data. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Reveles. With that, there's no other items here. So can I get a motion for items AB, AE, AD, and AF?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve AB, AD, AE, and AF as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, we are now on to something. I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors regular meeting and convene into the Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting. And we will jump right over here. And the Pinal County Public Health Services District has one item on it, consent. All items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. We have all of item A. Does anyone on the board care to pull item A? Seeing none. County management? Public? Oh, Mr. Reveles.
I'd like to speak on the public health.
Okay. So we have item A pulled by Mr. Revelis. So, Mr. Revelis, if you'd like to please come ask your question.
Roberto Revelis, resident of Gold Canyon. Again, Mr. Chairman, as I did in the previous public health report, requesting that a data board be reactivated and so that the public at large can know what are the health challenges facing the public. In this instance, for example, can the public health representative report to us on what, if any, infectious disease trends are presently being reported, not only from the private sector, but from the detention centers?
The county detention centers, I don't think we track the federal ones. But here comes Ms. Mendoza.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board. Marissa Mendoza, Public Health Director. As our county manager showed us at our last board meeting, Public Health has added to the main page of our website a list of COVID, flu, RSV, and measles cases that we are currently tracking. Those are the ones that we feel are highest risk to the public right now. We still do only have 3 measles cases in our county that have been confirmed. So we are not currently tracking any outbreaks in the public or in any detention centers in our county.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, sir? Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, thank you very much. Okay, and with that, no other questions from the public? Very well. So may I get a motion on item A, please?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve item A as written.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. We will now close or adjourn the Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting and reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And we are now all the way to call to the public. Item 14, a call to the public is a time period for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors, provide public input relating to subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority and jurisdiction. Those wishing to address the Board of Supervisors need not request permission in advance. Action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or rescheduling it for further consideration and decision at a later date. And I would just add that in the past we've had some issues here, so I would just caution you from clapping, jeering, speaking out, snapping fingers, doing all those things. Please keep it civil. Thank you very much. And we will now start with, who is this? Karen Oliver.
Good morning. My name is Karen Oliver. I reside in Pinal County in Santan Valley. First, you probably already know this, but Pima County just passed 2 resolutions regarding ICE. First, an unmasking resolution, and second, that ICE can't be on county property, although I'm not sure exactly what it was. I'm sure there's more details, but the reporting inferred that they were considering writing ordinances to this effect, and I just think this is a really great proactive way, and it makes sense to kind of set a tone. But anyway, I was going to suggest the Board of Supervisors consider what they're doing down there. Also, my most important thing for today is I wanted to publicly thank you for requesting the TRO and other actions against Attorney Brad Miller. This has brought peace back to my neighborhood. I also appreciate you listening and speaking with us, and it just warmed my heart. So I wanted to thank you again for your work in the county across the board, and I wanted to submit a personal thank you note from my mom and myself because we just appreciate what you're doing. And I want you to know, I'm not here just to criticize or anything. I want you to know we notice the good things that are happening in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. You can just hand that to the clerk. Thank you. Next is Clarissa Vela.
Hi, y'all. Good afternoon, members of the board. I stand here today on behalf of Pinal County community members, mothers, grandparents, and workers who are the backbone of Pinal County's infrastructure, who currently find themselves separated from their families, residents with no criminal history, people who have spent years building the community who are caught in the net of the 287G task force agreement. While this board has already taken the courageous step of challenging the legality of this agreement, promptly after we brought up the legal repercussions to light, the human cost remains high. We are asking you to go one step further to repair the harm done to your neighbors. Specifically, we are asking this board to advocate for the immediate release of all persons detained under this contested 287G agreement, transitioning them to alternatives to detention and the prompt return of those already deported, and forced to sign self-deportation documents under duress out of fear of long detainments and immigration bars. This allows them to return to their families and their jobs whilst their cases are adjusted. Furthermore, in an effort to mitigate and avoid the mounting cost of a class action lawsuit, we propose that the PCAO be directed to cover the legal fees of those affected. When we think about the ongoing financial and reputational costs of the 2007 lawsuit Melendrez v. Arpaio and the fact that MCSO is still under the court-appointed monitor in 2026, this is not only fiscally responsible, but an unprecedented step towards community repair. This is not just a matter of mercy, it is a matter of fiscal responsibility and restoring the rule of law bypassed when this agreement was signed and implemented without your authorization. We'd also seek for injunctive relief to enjoin and stop PCSO from continuing Kavanaugh stops. If we do not resolve this internally, a judge will likely issue an injunction that will lead to a court-appointed monitor to oversee PCSO and PCOA, costing hundreds of millions of dollars to Pinal County taxpayers for years to come, as we see in MCSO. To truly heal this breach, we ask the county to provide police reports and certifications necessary for these individuals to apply for U non-immigrant status, aka U visas. Under congressional law, specifically the Victims of Trafficking and Violence Protection Act of 2000, the unlawful actions of the task force, characterized by many as a campaign of terror led by County Attorney Brad Miller, have left residents as victims of unlawful criminal restraint and obstruction of justice. Because this agreement was signed illegally, Pinal County cannot hide behind the Federal Tort Claims Act. We are sitting on a massive state law liability for every day these residents remain in custody. Providing these certifications is a recognized way for Pinal County to cooperate with federal law while protecting the communities they serve. Returning these workers and family members to the community will not weaken Pinal County, it will strengthen it. These individuals are ready to continue growing the American economy and supporting the Pinal County infrastructure. We ask you to choose restoration over deportation and litigation, and to rightfully help us bring back affected community members. People First Project volunteers will reach out to the affected family members with the administrative assistance of PCSO, providing administrative help at no cost to Pinal County to make sure that the families sign a global release of claims.
Thank you, Ms. Vela.
Thank you.
Beverly Goldstein.
I gave the clerk a copy of my testimony. Good morning, Chairman McClure, additional supervisors, and my District 2 supervisor, Mr. Goodman. Beverly Goldstein, Queen Creek, and Quintero. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I chair PCRC District 2, and I am here representing Precinct 28, of which I am a resident. We are here today to publicly request that you approve that Recorder Dana Lewis and the Elections Department move forward to create a new voting location for Precinct 28 on the Quintero campus and the Santorini studio at the Algarve Club area. We would accept emergency location designation, eliminating HOA objections to signage and electioneering on the premises. We further request that the recorder commit to the HOA that all poll workers will be Encantera residents, which should not be a problem. Our current P28 inspector is an Encantera resident, as most of us already are on the P28 election day poll worker team. Precinct 28 has 18 PCs. We took a vote on this issue, and 13 of us voted to move to this new location. One voted no, one explained why it was a bad idea, and we could not reach 3, but most PCs would like to see our precinct move in that direction. Prior to re-precincting, Precinct 28 was composed of 4 distinct and separate neighborhoods. 80% of Encantera, Pecan Creek South, Pecan Cove, and the parks on Painted Desert Drive. These current 3 precincts, 28, 114, and 140, are all still slated to vote at Combs Middle School with a total of 5,515 voters. Currently, the SAVE Act is moving through Congress, having passed the House, and currently is in the Senate, inching closer daily to passage. Once the president would sign it, it would require in-person voting on Election Day for federal elections for the most part, and will also require photo ID and proof of citizenship to vote. A massive amount of new housing is now under construction just east of Combs Middle School in Precinct 76 and 113, which are adjacent to Precinct 114. Moving Precinct 28 out of the middle school now will open up voting spaces for this influx of the new residents. Precinct 28 requests that Pinal County move forward and allow us to secure a new voting location on the Encantera campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Next is Kevin Green.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Supervisory Board, my name is Kevin Green. I live in Tucson, and I represent an environmental group called Stop Waste Tucson. I would like to speak with you about the proposed Free Point Ecosystems pyrolysis facility in Eloy that will turn plastic waste into fuels and chemicals. In 2022, I began researching plastic pyrolysis technologies when Tucson's Environmental Services Department started evaluating project proposals for the city landfill. Today, I want to raise serious concerns about this technology based on Free Point's operating record at its existing facility in Hebron, Ohio. Over the past year, Free Point's Hebron facility has accumulated a troubling record of air permit violations. Many of these issues were first flagged by community members. In just over a year, Ohio EPA has issued 3 notices of violation to Free Point, including one for venting volatile chemicals to an open flare rather than required vapor combustors. There have also been repeated cases where pollution control malfunctioned and the regulators were not notified in a timely manner. This pattern raises concerns about Free Point's ability to operate safely. Unfortunately, these problems are not unique to one facility. Across the country, plastic pyrolysis projects have struggled with technical instability, including fires, equipment failures, and unplanned shutdowns. Over the past decade, multiple plastic pyrolysis facilities in the U.S. have closed due to technical and economic difficulties, including facilities in Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and Texas. Given Free Point's documented compliance issues in Ohio and the broader history of failure in this industry, I urge the county to proceed with great caution. Before moving forward, I respectfully recommend a thorough independent review of this project with meaningful input from environmental experts and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Next is Mr. Tom Bean.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Tom Bean, Casa Grande. This is from a letter that is going to be in the Casa Grande newspapers throughout the county in the next day or so. When government and business enter into an agreement putting the public at risk, it is the public who reaps the consequences. We've seen horror stories about rivers, aquifers, soils, and airways being polluted, leading to health issues. Residents may face high levels of pollution and risks of cancer, asthma, and heart disease. Few Pinal County residents may be aware of the proposed plastic pyrolysis plant coming near Eloy Airport. Plastic pyrolysis is often described as advanced recycling or chemical recycling. It is a high-risk technology not proven but struggling to prove its effectiveness. The process involves heating plastic waste to extreme high temperature, breaking down its molecular bonds to create oil, gases, and soil residues. This process can release volatile organic compounds, particulates matter, and harmful substances such as benzene, dioxins, and other known carcinogens. The resulting pollutants pose serious health risks, and especially to people with respiratory conditions, children, older adults, and sensitive groups. And Freepoint wants to build one of these, the world's largest plastic pyrolysis facility. It's just 1.5 miles from downtown Eloy. The project is not focused on diverting local waste. Freepoint proposes to bring in 30 trucks per day of baled plastic from around the region, such as far away as Denver and Los Angeles. That waste will be trucked from I-10 down Toltec Road every day and stored on site until the facility is ready to process it. Plastic waste is highly flammable. Plastic fires are not only extremely toxic and burn intensely hot, creating serious danger for firefighters, workers, and nearby residents. The Eloy facility would be Freepoint's second in the nation. It'll be the first since Ohio last year. In a short time, the facility has faced numerous EPA violations. The Freepoint Eloy facility is currently permitted by Pinal County as a recycling facility, allowing it to sidestep stronger regulations. Neither the City of Eloy, the Pinal County Board of Supervisors, or the Arizona DEQ are taking steps to notify the public of the impending dangers. It is up to Pinal residents to get informed and contact your elected officials. You can go to www.change.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Next is Mr. Atchu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. You remember Erin Brockovich? She championed Hinckley, California's battle with Pacific Gas and Electric after they contaminated the town's drinking water. Might seem like a lifetime ago, but those battles are still being fought across America. In 2023 alone, there were chemical plant hazardous issues in Tucson, Arizona, in California, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Michigan, New Hampshire, Florida, and 2 more in Pennsylvania. Local governments are responsible for the safety and well-being of their residents. Elected officials must err on the side of caution when it comes to potential serious health issues stemming from businesses within their jurisdictions. Keep in mind, Pinal County already experiences higher than average levels of unhealthy air quality. I must say I find the inaction to date by the Eloy City Council and this Pinal Board of Supervisors to border on negligence. The company in question, Freepoint Ecosystems, was given over an hour for a formal presentation at a working session of the Eloy City Council. The public was given less than 10 minutes to voice concerns in rebuttal. The Pinal Board of Supervisors in a working session allowed Freepoint a 45-minute presentation, then cited some arcane and easily bypassed procedural rule for denying the public any expert rebuttal at all. The public asked both of these governmental bodies months ago to allow expert testimony to refute Freepoint's false assertions as they build a health threat within a mile of Eloy homes and schools. Those formal requests were ignored. And so the public's expert presentation is left to this limited and disjointed call to the public process in order to deliver what is an in-depth and nuanced message. How can you claim to be doing your duty to protect the public you serve while shutting out the public you serve? With increasing occurrences of life-threatening industrial plastic fires coupled with airborne toxins, I urge you to officially use the 30-day comment period and the March 9th hearing to persuade the Air Quality District to prevent Freepoint from avoiding environmental accountability and regulation with a faulty free pass manufacturing permit. Don't allow short-sighted tax revenue or procedural obstacles lead to a mistake that gets our growing Pinal County community on the list of preventable disasters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atchu. Next is Marie McHugh. Maybe. Ms. McHugh, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you am? Oh, I hear you now.
Hi, I'm Marie McHugh. Thanks for hearing me today. Earlier, someone had spoke about the overwhelming amount of current legislation they are attempting to pass, which was I think it was 1,700 bills that could be harmful to Pinal County community and people and the people of Arizona as a whole. People First Project is an
Can you please speak to the microphone, not to the audience?
Sorry.
Okay.
No. People First Project is a nonpartisan, non-profit organization, and what I wanted to just address is just to let you know that we have a service where we provide that we can add people to the RTS program through peoplefirstproject.org. So I was just trying to capture the audience to let them know that we can do this for them. We go to the Capitol, we register them on the computers there, and once they're registered, they're able to voice their opinions in the privacy of their own home, work, or whatever. If they're unable to make it to the Capitol, that's what we're there for. So I wanted to say that and let people know we have that service.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I have no more cards. Are there any others that wish to address the board? And I'm sorry, Mr. I can't even think of your last name now, Mr. Ellsworth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I can't keep all these things in my head. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Supervisors, George Ellis and Gold Canyon. There was a time when the United States stood not merely as a nation, but as a bold, unshakable, and radiant idea with possibility. America was a place where grit mattered more than pedigree, where a handshake meant something. It was a country built by farmers who rose before the sun, factory workers who forged steel with pride, and families who believed deeply in faith, freedom, and responsibility. Americans of old did not wait for rescue. They built, they sacrificed, they endured. They crossed oceans with nothing but hope in their pockets. They survived depressions, fought world wars, and returned home not demanding applause, but simply ready to work. They valued liberty as a sacred trust. They understood that rights came paired with duties. Community meant something. Character meant everything. There was confidence that was rooted in shared values. We believed in hard work, personal responsibility, and that tomorrow would be better than today. And yet, when we look around today, it's hard not to feel a sense of loss. We see division where there was once unity. We see cynicism where there was once faith. Too often we trade gratitude for grievance. We've become quick to blame and slow to build. Our public discourse is louder but far less thoughtful. We have freedoms generations bled to preserve, yet we treat them casually. We inherit prosperity we did not earn, yet we speak as though we are perpetually deprived. What happens when we lose our love for America? We lose ourselves. The idea of America, born in 1776 and carried through documents like the United States Constitution, is more than politics. It is a promise that freedom, opportunity, and self-government belong to ordinary people. When love for our country fades, cynicism replaces hope. We begin to see each other not as neighbors, but as enemies. We forget that disagreement is not division, it's democracy in action. Love of country means caring enough to make it better. Without that love, we drift, disconnected, distrustful, and divided. But with it, we remember that we are part of something bigger than ourselves, and that shared belief is what keeps a nation strong. America does not decline because times are hard. America declines when her people forget who they are. But the spirit that built this nation is not gone. It waits in the hearts of men and women who still believe in honor, sacrifice, and responsibility. It waits in parents teaching their children integrity. If we reclaim the virtues that once defined us, then the story of our nation is far from finished. The America of old was not perfect, but it was strong because its people were strong. If we remember this, we will be strong again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison. Any others that wish to speak? Ma'am, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. My name's Diana Stover, and I am from Queen Valley. I do not oppose solar energy, but what I do oppose is damaging our pristine desert to install solar farms when there are more viable locations for solar farms. I did a search on the internet last night and found several articles in scientific and engineering publications that talked about the benefits of using old pit mines, landfills, and brownfields to locate solar farms rather than damaging the desert. It makes much more sense to put these solar farms on land that has already been damaged and doesn't have any other purpose than to use our limited and valuable desert for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Others that wish to speak, I'm going to go left to right. Start over here. And then Mr. Ecknott, you all go there and then come back.
Elisa Russell from Pinal County. Just wanted to say thank you very much for what you guys did with the 287G. I'm hoping for good results on the 25th. I do appreciate that. I also just wanted to make a comment on one of the things that we went over on the A as in Apple F. When it comes to the $416,232, one of the members here also mentioned that how can we approve the money when there's no reports? Someone also mentioned that over 500,000 or 500, something like that, were removed from the streets when it comes to drugs and things like that. I don't have that report. I don't know if that's correct or not. I don't know if the officers are getting a good training. I do believe in the police department. I do care and I do support the police department, but also at the same time, I believe when these numbers are, the grants applications or when money is requested, we need proof of, what we really need. So I would like to hopefully request a report of like what is it that we're going to be using the money for, and then if it's needed. Going back to the 287G, is that what I know based on what you guys put on the websites that right now it's blocked, right? So my question to you guys is, if the police were to stop someone and if they were to not follow what the court department said, will they get in trouble? That's a question. I'm not sure if that can be answered within the time that I have.
We're not allowed to respond to.
Okay, well, can that be replied by an email stating, that, if it's blocked until the 25th, will that be something that I can get by email? That's all. Thank you.
Next, ma'am.
My name is Betty Kay. I live in Gold Canyon. And a couple of days ago, driving into Apache Junction, I was noticing how much stink net there is around. And I've been hearing things about it's an invasive species and you have to take care of how you get rid of it. You want to get rid of it, and you want to get rid of it carefully. And so I was going to report that there's a lot of stink net on Highway 60 going into from Gold Canyon into Apache Junction. But this morning, when I was going over to Kings Ranch Road on Peralta Road, I saw that there were county trucks there and people out there with weed whackers chopping down the stink net. And from what I've been told about stink net is that once it's disturbed, if it's in bloom, which it is, and once it's cut down, it will just spread all over, which means we're going to get more stink net unless those people learn the proper way to dispose of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Reck, you were next. Come back.
I'm Noel Reck from Eloy. First, I support your continued battle against the overreach and contentious activities of County Attorney Miller. Supervisor McClure, would you please direct staff to report out how much his actions have cost the county thus far, and if possible, potential future cost projections? Remember again, opportunity costs. Lawyer fees could, for example, instead be used for a children's playground and much, much more. Now I'd like to focus on the dizzying month of February, a month that has ranged from highlighting love and affection on Valentine's Day to the spiteful, petulant testimony of Pam Bondi. A month celebrating President's Day, originally created around George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, now includes all our presidents, even the vile individual currently in the White House. A day that once measured character and honor now measures their absence. Trump celebrated with a mock-up cover of Time magazine featuring a menacing photo of himself with the caption, "I was hunted and now I'm the hunter," his retribution tour on full display. A month celebrating Black history. Trump chose to mark it by ordering educational exhibits at national sites detailing the story of slavery be removed. He chose to post a video depicting the Obamas as apes, and he exploited the death of Reverend Jesse Jackson with the following statement, quote, "A good man with personality, grit, and street smarts, very gregarious. Despite the fact that I am falsely and consistently called a racist by all the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way. He had much to do with the election, without acknowledgement or credit, of Barack Hussein Obama, a man who Jesse could not stand," unquote. How despicable to make Jackson's passing about himself and attack President Obama. So beyond once again exposing Trump for who and what he is, how does this relate to Pinal County? It goes to a lack of character and honor. In relation, I ask you to engage in critical analysis of any issue or agenda item that directly or indirectly involves the Trump administration. A prime example being legitimate concerns about the Freepoint ecosystem facility brought before you by previous speakers. As you consider the air quality permit, the environmental dangers of VOCs, particulates, carcinogens, and fires must be thoroughly scrutinized. Beyond that, the question must be raised, who will monitor Freepoint's operations in compliance with the Clean Air Act and other environmental regulations? Not Trump and Lee Zeldin, who have systematically invalidated or repealed one EPA regulation after another, their latest being the 2009 endangerment finding. The effects could be very, very devastating. As you act on this, keep in mind who you're dealing with, their motivations, and the damage that can be inflicted by a corrupt, incompetent, and uncaring administration. Trump and Zeldin don't have our backs. Eloy and Pinal County need your protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Others that wish to, right there. I see you in the back.
Hi, I'm Sharon Murphy from Queen Valley, and I'm here for the solar panel project.
So just to warn you, you could speak now or you can speak at the time of the public hearing.
Oh, okay. The other lady came up, so I'll wait.
Okay, no, I know, and I didn't tell her, but,
Oh.
but that's coming up in a couple of, it's item 18, if you want to speak at it then. Or you can do it now and say your piece and you can take off. So
That'd be great. As far as, I have a lot of concerns about 9,000 acres, additional acres being added for solar in this area. Some of it has to do with water usage. Cleaning panels requires substantial amounts of water, especially in arid areas. Waste and recycling at the end, of course, what do we do with all of these panels? Large-scale solar farms can compete with agricultural needs, maybe not right there, but as far as I just feel that's not the place for it. I feel like it's just not the place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the back row.
Thank you. We can come up on two different topics, correct?
Well, this is still call to the public.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say on the RTS system, we have to be really careful about when we give somebody else or another organization our information to put them into the RTS for them, because there's a password involved and you don't want to be giving that information to somebody that you don't know and trust. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Could you please state your name and where you're from generally?
Barbie Ingle, Pinal County Island, just north of Apache Junction.
The island, is it palm trees and stuff?
We have a couple of those too.
Cool. Okay, also in the back, sir. Come on up.
My name is Howard Stone, and I'm from Apache Junction, Arizona. Thank you, Chairman and Board and stuff, for allowing me to speak. My concern is dealing with the solar. Solar power is overrated. Look at Spain, Portugal, France, total blackout. It takes up too much real estate, plus creates an eyesore. It ruins the desert scenery and isn't able to keep up with the grid. Solar power depends on the sun. At night and cloudy days, you still depend on the grid. With a large micronuclear power, you don't have those issues. A micronuclear power plant takes up roughly 500 to 1,000 acres rather than 9,000 acres. Less of an eyesore. We could build roughly 9 micronuclear plants to this one solar farm and get more sustainable energy than this one solar farm could ever produce. It is much more dependable and not interrupted by weather. Solar may be good for individual houses, but not for the overall grid. A typical micronuclear plant generates around 1,000 megawatts of electricity, enough to power roughly 750,000 homes. That same output would require approximately 3 million solar panels covering about 7,500 acres of land. For that amount of land, you could build 8 large micronuclear plants and produce more electricity than that one farm.
Thank you. We're good? Okay. Any others wish to, you've been up, Ms. Fallon. Any others that wish to address the board? Mr. Reveles.
Roberto Reveles, resident of Gold Canyon. Mr. Chairman, earlier today, we heard updates from both Supervisor Miller and County Recorder Lewis on pending legislation and essential voter information related to Pinal County. However, I want to underscore concern for 2 particular proposals, SB 1570 and SB 1635. SB 1570 would require Pinal County to have immigration agents at our polling places, and SB 1635 would outlaw what in previous history was Paul Revere, in today's environment, Pablo Rivera's, who are warning neighborhoods about impending attacks and actions by militarized, masked ICE secret police. Today, the legislature is considering SB 1570 that is proposed by State Senator Wendy Rogers, a well-known advocate for physical violence against political enemies. Legislation that would require the Board of Supervisors and our county recorder to enter into agreements with ICE, mandating the presence of immigration enforcement agents at all polling places, all ballot drop boxes, and at all hours and all voting days during this year's upcoming general election. SB 1570 is openly designed, Mr. Chairman, clearly to produce racial profiling and to intimidate Black, brown, and Native American voters to reduce our participation in the upcoming elections. Legislation that will further reduce all voters' trust in the outcome of our voting system. Please don't remain silent in the face of these two blatantly racist and violent proposals. Mr. Chairman, please direct staff to immediately communicate to the legislature your opposition to both SB 1570 and SB 1635. Bigotry against voters of color and violence against election officials must be actively rejected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any others that wish to address the board? I'm sorry, ma'am. No.
Chairman McClure and supervisors, my name is Vicki McLaughlin, Apache Junction. I think it's too bad I have to come up and talk about SB 1570 and SB 1635. If we have identification, picture identification, and you show it at the polls, and Americans are voting, we won't have to be putting all these bills in. We can have poll workers check a picture ID. But if we have to go to bills and we have to go to ICE or policemen to make sure that Americans vote in Americans' elections and elect American officials to run this country, I think our elections are important enough to do what we have to do. But picture voting, I think, should solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Any others that wish to address the board? Hearing and seeing none, we'll close the call to the public. Thank you all for being calm and collected today. Appreciate that very much. This is now, we'll have a public hearing. This will be item number 15. Oh, and you know what? I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry. The board, anyone called out here? Did you have a comment?
No, it was a good comment, so I'm good.
Oh, you're good with that. Okay. Okay. We're all good.
Nobody said me.
Nobody said you.
I was ready.
Yeah, I know. Can we, Mr. Liu, can we look into what's her name? Sorry, I've had the flu this last week, so I'm a little out. Can we have Ms. Lewis please look into SB 1570 and 1635 just to give us a better understanding of that? Thank you. And for the cost of the 287G issues with Attorney Miller, that will be coming out at some point. We're not quite ready to do that yet, but that will be coming out. I think that's all, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, I'm going to close the call to the public and go to item number 15. This is a public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 021826-AQ to revise 3-7-585, the annual fee adjustment of the Pinal County Air Quality Control District Code of Regulations. Mr. Patel, how are you today?
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure, Vice Chair 30, members of the board. Rupesh Patel, Air Quality Planning Manager, Pinal County. The item you have before you is a proposed resolution rulemaking that addresses adjustments to our annual air quality permit fees. Now, the purpose of this rulemaking is to ensure that the county can recover the average cost of services needed to administer the stationary source air quality permits and to perform inspections. The proposed revision would add annual cost reviews to all our stationary source fee requirements and link those fees to our consumer price index so that they can keep in pace with inflation. These changes will help prevent the air programs of funding from eroding over time and ensure that we can continue meeting the operational needs and maintaining our public health and environmental protection goals. The county's current air quality adjustment rules were adopted in 1993, and those rules authorize the control officer to make annual fee adjustments for Title V major sources of air pollution. Now, with this rulemaking, the control officer is seeking to extend that same authority to our non-Title V air quality permits, and those fee adjustments will continue to be tied to the CPI. These annual increases are expected to remain modest, typically ranging between 1 to 4%, depending on inflation. The Consumer Price Index is a widely accepted and objective economic indicator that measures inflation and changes in the cost of goods and services. Using the CPI ensures that any annual fee adjustments are data-driven, transparent, and consistent. Annual fees are updated by multiplying the existing fee by the CPI factor, and that's calculated as the change in CPI from the most current year relative to the previous year. Now, this graph on this slide shows that the CPI trend since 2010. And as you can see, the annual adjustments have generally remained modest, typically between 1 to 4%. The adjustment fee schedule is proposed to take effect on January the 1st, 2027, and it will include all Title V and non-Title V permit fees. And it will apply to annual fees, emission-related fees, just for Title V permitted facilities, and our hourly processing rates for all billable permit actions. And once finalised, the updated fee table will be posted on our our air quality industrial permits process webpage. So let's take a look at the current fees in comparison with our neighbours. The current comparison of 2025 to 2026 hourly permit processing billable rates clearly shows that Pinal County's fees are significantly out of alignment with the rest of the state. That's particularly compared with ADEQ, Maricopa County, and Pima County. Pima's hourly processing fee of $111.05 is the lowest amongst all agencies and is nearly half of ADEQ's new rate of $208. Furthermore, it's well below Maricopa's $194.40. And even Pima County has increased its rate to $164.80, still far above Pinal County. Now, this same trend appears in the emissions fees. Pinal's $19.78 fee attributed to emissions per tonne is the lowest by a wide margin, whereas the other agencies are moving towards fee structures that are more accurately reflect the actual cost of service and the rising expenses of permit processing. Now, this disparity indicates that Pinal County's current fees do not reflect the true cost of recovery, especially as regulatory responsibilities, our staffing costs, and administrative demands to continue to increase. Without adjustment, Pinal County's air quality program risks underfunding its permitting program, creating processing delays, resourcing constraints, and long-term sustainability issues. This rulemaking is not set to align Pinal County's rates with other jurisdictions. It's not about matching them dollar for dollar. It's about ensuring that the county has the resources it needs to provide timely, higher quality permit services. Updating the fee schedule will support that operational stability, maintaining our compliance capacity, and ensure fairness amongst industries operating across Arizona. Our existing rule annual fee adjustments for all Title Vs will remain in place. Chapter 3, Article 7, Section 585, originally adopted in 1993, will be amended to extend the annual fee adjustment authority to our non-Title V permits. In addition, a new Section 596 will establish a cost accounting requirements for all our Class 2 and Class 3 permits. Taking a look at our public and stakeholder engagement for this rulemaking, on November the 27th, 2025, we began the 30-day public notice. Public notice of this hearing was distributed by email to all permittees, posted on our county's rulemaking website. Notice was also provided to all our individuals on our rulemaking contact list and published in the Pinal Central Dispatch and the Casa Grande Dispatch newspapers. The district has received no public comments to date on this rulemaking action. So with that, this rulemaking is presented for you for consideration of adoption. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I do.
Supervisor Vidiello.
Mr. Patel, thank you for that. I just want to make sure I understand. You said the increase is going to be between 1% and 4%?
That is correct.
That's $4.40. How does that compete with, it's going to raise it to $16, let's call it?
The percent, excuse me, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, am I miscalculating something? Because if it's only going to go from 111 to 116, and inflation and costs and the people that we need to pay that need to be educated to do this, $4.40 doesn't sound like very much to raise it. We're still way behind everybody else. So I don't like raising costs, but we're still good $50 below everybody. I just need to understand what $4 is going to do for us.
Chairman McClure, Vice Chairman, Supervisor Vital, that 4% or the percentage will be attributed to the base fee that we currently have on our Appendix B of our Pinal County Code. So let's say our base fee was $5,000. That 4% will be attributed to that $5,000, and that will be then be the final fee for the next year. So it's related to the last year's billable rates. The percentage is applied to the last year's billable rates, and not essentially just like to $4.
And we'll be adjusting rates more frequently than 17 years and 16 years. We'll be keeping up instead of having these major jumps come, just nice small incremental ones.
Vice Chairman McClure, members of the board, yes, that fee adjustment is attributed on an annual basis.
Yes. Thank you. And Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for clarity, we don't know what that rate will be each year. That's on an index. Is that correct? We see an annual index, and then that is the percentage that will be used. It could be 1% one year, 2% the next, back to 1, over to 4. But it changes annually. So that's what we're looking at, correct?
Chairman, Vice Chairman, certainly, members of the board. Yes, Supervisor Miller, that is based on the CPI. So the CPI is calculated from a range of monthly data produced by the U.S. government. Each month, they come out with a particular CPI index. It's averaged over 12 months and then compared from this year to last year.
Right. So it's an annual thing. We look at the 12 months, and then we take an average of what that CPI increased.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Any other questions from the board? Hearing, seeing none. May I get a Let's see, well, this is a public hearing. I guess I should open a public hearing. How about that? Okay, since this is a public hearing, we'll open the public hearing. Any members of the public wish to speak to this item? Great, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Let me open it, and I'll close it. There we go, now we're closed. Okay, so with that, no other questions, may I please get a motion on item 15, please?
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item number 15 as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'm going to, Mr. Bach, I'm going to call a recess for about 15 minutes here. Sorry to do that to everybody, but we've got to take a break here for a minute. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back in, what time is it? 1:01, I guess. We'll be back. Order, please. Here come the judge. Here come the judge. Yeah. Laugh in. Okay. Okay, this is item number 16. Public hearing, discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 2026-PZ-PA-0025. This is item 16. It is a public hearing, but we're going to hear 16 and 17 in conjunction here. And Mr. Bach, you are up. Good morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. So PZPA 022-25 and PZ 02825. This is a request here for a non-major comprehensive plan amendment for 3.47 acres. And similarly, similar acreage here for requesting of a rezoning from suburban ranch to commercial C1 zoning district. So this is generally located at the southeast of Ranch Road and Ironwood Drive. Your applicant is Brennan Ray on behalf of WNDG LLC landowner. Shows you the general location. This shows you the aerial view of the overall area. And this zooms in here on your CPA case map. And this is the case map for both cases. Now, this is the previous case that I believe this went before you in August and was approved. And so this essentially fills in that southeastern chunk that you see to the left. I think the previous was 9 acres and some change. So here's the comprehensive plan for the site and the surrounding area, and similarly the zoning of the surrounding area and the site itself. So this is a conceptual site plan that the applicants provided. It would tie in with the previous site plan and such. So this is looking to the north, south, east, and west. So this site was originally included as part of the western portion of several large parcels. And in addition to this, because it's part of a subdivision, if this is passed, a replat of the subdivision will be required, as well as a minor land division to adjust the parcel configurations, and also a site plan that's more detailed. This at this stage is just a conceptual site plan, and the current ultimate end users are not known at this time. So staff has not received any opposition or support at the time the report was written, and the commission voted on each 7-0 in favor. The first having no stipulations, the second rezone having 5. And so staff would be happy to entertain any questions the board may have.
Are there any questions from the board?
Not this time.
Not at this time. Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? Yes, he is.
Of course.
You can raise the whole podium there, Mr. Ray, so it comes up to your grand stature there. If you.
Geez, Chair, members of the board, Brennan Ray, 2325 East Camelback, here on behalf of the underlying property owner. I can go into a lot more detail if you'd like, but pleased to be able to stand before you yet again and say we are bringing some commercial to the Santan Valley area. I know that is a topic of discussion not only here, but with the newly incorporated Santan area as well. And so Glenn did a good job, fine job on the presentation. This is an extension of the previous case that you all approved back in August. It fits right in. North of the site is Ortho AZ that's planned to be there, and then commercial yet to be determined out along the Ironwood frontage. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant on the board? Yeah, Ms.
Curious, you said you had Ironwood. Was there anybody else who might be there that you might be able to disclose that's commercial-wise?
Through the chair, Supervisor Vidiello, we don't have a list of people that are currently planned there. I do know the Ortho AZ, that building, they're underway on their site plan approval process. We're underway for site plan approval on the commercial pads, but no identified users other than those.
Any other questions? There are no other questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Ray.
you.
This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing for 16 and 17. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to these two items? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on 16 and 17. And with that, I'd ask, there are no other questions from the board? Seeing none, okay, I'd ask for a motion on the item.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve item number 16 as presented with no stipulations.
I have a motion for item 16. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Item 17.
Mr. Chair.
That's me.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, you go ahead.
All right. I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 17 as presented with 5 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Moving right along. Item number 18. 18 is a discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 2026-PZ-PA-025-25. A resolution approving case PZ-PA-025-25. And this is, we're going to hear 18, 19, and 20 as a group. And I'm going to open it to Mr. Pachenko, who is, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Valentin Panchenko, Senior Planner for this case, project name Silver King Energy Center. Before I will start my presentation, I want to share some statistic on the public outreach that was recorded by the county staff. So for your review, and I will speak about that statistic on the public outreach portion. So those are 3 cases. First case is a minor comprehensive plan amendment from moderate low density residential to special district on 8,122 acres to allow development of the solar and thermal energy generation facilities, as well as additional employment mixed use. It's also rezone for the same 8,122 acres of general rural to 6,671 acres of industrial I3 within the development area A and 1,451 acres of mixed-use industrial I3 as a base zone and other mixed uses with I1, I2, O1, O2, C3 within the development area B and planned area development overlay district for the whole area to allow those developments to happen. The landowner for this site is the Arizona State Land Department, applicant Silver King Solar, and agent Arabia Power Here is a county map for the location, and it's located south of Florence Junction, Road 60, and east of State Roads 9. And this is a land use map. This is a generally a moderate low density residential whole area for this project. They have existing around 2,000 acres of green energy production to the south. There are existing 750 acres of the green energy production to the west of this site, and there are existing employment areas to the southwest in purple on this map. About the zoning, so currently is general rural location that's surrounded also by general rural locations, and the project aims to have two different development areas divided by the Magma Railroad. So everything that is going north of the railroad is Area A, and it will be dedicated to I3 PAD for the solar. And everything south of the railroad, it will be Area B. It will be with a base zone I3 with flexible zoning defined by the applicant with approval of state land on the stage of a site plan review. This is a vicinity map for the project. This is aerial map. This is some features for the site. The nearest residential areas located 2 to 3 miles to the southwest of this property. They're planned 100 county right-of-way going through the middle of this project in green. County engineer agreed to abandon those county right-of-way. There are also planned freeway corridors to the west of that project in dark. There are existing substation, Florence substation, to the northeast of this project. And that's actually the location in the red star. And purple star, it's a proposed new substation with battery storage facility in the same northern east corner of the project area. They're also located, this project has a Queen Creek nearby, and that's according to Arizona Game and Fish Department, that's a conservation opportunity area, potential for conservation and link it to the Queen Creek wash north of that project site, but project doesn't cover that area, it's just nearby, south of that conservation opportunity area. This is a general view from the posting sites. Notice signs on the property. Here's also some additional information and summary. So the project will be located in the middle of and surrounded by already approved by the board previously green energy production locations and activity center land uses in those circles, red circles, that's supposed to be in the future employment centers. So going through each case separately, non-major comprehensive plan amendment, they aim to apply for the special district. It's not so common request from any applicants in the county, but it's a recent tool adopted by the board within the comprehensive plan that any proposed changes of Arizona State trust land from any land use classification to the special district land use classification or reversion from the special district back to the prior classification constitutes a non-major amendment despite to the scale of the project. And that's the reason why this application going through the non-major comprehensive plan amendment procedure, not the major. Because if we got previously application for the major comprehensive plan amendment because of the scale of the project, but because now it's application for the special district, it goes through the non-major comprehensive plan amendment. And basically, the landowner is the Arizona State Trust land. Again, the map of the proposal, and I will speak more about what is this special district. So the comprehensive plan described the special district land use designation as a flexible planning tool to facilitate new development needed for promoting economical growth in new businesses, providing additional energy to meet the new housing for the county's expanding population, and encourage integrated conservation design that will result in sustainable development. The plan specifically allows a careful planned, deliverable, designed use of mix of compatible uses within the same development areas. That will can include houses, retail, employment, public and quasi-public uses, open space and recreation, and green energy production uses within those special districts. The comprehensive plan states the special district may be designated on trust land only and must be implemented through the zoning process in association with one of the following zoning mechanisms, like planned area development. An applicant actually submitted all of them. So the applicant submitted also a rezone application and PD. So technically that meets the requirements for the non-major comprehensive plan amendment. And regarding the mix of uses proposed within this special district, so we have two development areas. To the north of Railroad, there is development area A. It will be dedicated only to I3 solar generation, only. It's more than 6,000 acres. And the remaining portion will be development area B, and that will be a mix of uses, I3, I2, I1, C3, O2, O1, which is light industrial, offices, and commercial. And that will be the final dedication of those zoning will be determined by applicant on the stage of site plan review with approval from Arizona State Land Department. There is no specific acreages for different uses on this stage has been submitted by the applicant. Then rezone case, we have rezone to industrial I3 for 6,671 acres for the development area A, and mixed uses for remaining 1,451 acres. The proposed facility are the solar photovoltaic arrays, battery energy storage system, transmission, interconnection, supporting infrastructure, and for the southern portion, development area B, they already have dedicated area for natural gas-fired power plant and other future mix of use within that area, but it's not dedicated at this stage. This is, again, the map with some locations of existing businesses and industrial uses surrounding this project. Then we have PD overlay district for this location. Basically, it will allow only solar related activity to the development area A. So for the development area A, north of the railroad, there will be limits to any other uses allowed by I3. It will be only possible to do solar generation facility and related activities. And for the development area B, overlay will allow the applicant to determine actual zoning on the site plan review stage. And it will be basically dedicated to the thermal generation as described by the applicant. It should be at least 100 acres, and they estimate that it will be 200 acres of I3 on the thermal generation, and remaining can be dedicated to each of listed zones on the site plan review stages. So those are the list of mixed use zones. It's industrial buffer, light industrial and warehouses, minor office, general office, and general commercial uses. They will also prohibit uses as adult-oriented businesses and adult service providers, impounded or titled vehicle storage yards, junk after working yards, landfill and transfer station, or prison detention facility and accessory uses based on this PED on this property. Applicant also provided detailed site plan for this location. That's a enlarged portion. They have also a large retention areas and buffers along the washes. They satisfied the requirements from the county park, open space and park department by providing those buffering for the washes, and they are basically follows that purple areas. And you can see those a large open space that are not covered by the solar, but you also can see darker brown areas that will be covered by the solar. And on the northern east portion, dark brown, that's a location for the BESS. This is enlarged BESS location. This is enlarged site plan for the power plant south of the railroad. Speaking about benefits of renewable energy production, they have generally reduced air emission compared to other uses as housing, agriculture. They have much lower water uses. They are providing scalability and resilience for the energy systems within the regions. I would say I'm personally from Ukraine, and that's actually happens in different countries. And resiliency in that case really important. So this is not just a statement from the textbooks. And they also energy production, renewable energy production aligns with Pinal County Comprehensive Plan goals to lever the renewable energy production within the county. This is a general table to show you the air emission avoided by putting solar instead of houses or agricultural, and compared to what it can save from other uses. Like it can save enormous number of forests within the U.S. Forest Service. And that will also lower some local air pollutions, included NO, SO particles. But there was, during the Planning and Zoning Commission, some comments regarding the power plant now planned on the southern portion, and person who spoke, he claimed that he is more aware about that project, and that will actually increase additional and/or particles emission to the system. So this might be like canceling each other. Then we have water uses, and as you see, the solar panels, they will use much less water compared to the other energy generations as natural gas and coal nuclear. And also the same enormously smaller water uses compared to residential houses and agricultural. It's just to compare you with the facts if this land will be used by any of those three other land uses. Then we have about scalability and resiliency. This battery system allows to have up to 1,100 megawatts for 4 hours. That will allow to provide daily needs of roughly 125,000 homes, but usually they do not work for the whole capacity, so we can use like 50% threshold, which will allow to and be sufficient for 62,000 homes, or more realistic in the worst scenario, it's 300 megawatts for 4 hours, and that will allow to keep on alive about 34,000 Arizona homes. This is a list of beneficiaries from the state trust land dedicated to this project, based on the map from Arizona State Land. So as you know, those money got from the leasing of this land will go for the specific beneficiary, and Arizona State Land has a map with specific locations, and money from the leasing of those lands will go to that specific beneficiaries. The majority of that land, about 75% roughly, will go to the normal schools, ASU, and then we have much smaller portions for all other colleges, some common schools, and legislative and penitentiary. But those are really small. The majority of the land located on the portion of land dedicated for normal schools, ASU. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial 4-3, and that denial was based basically on original land use compatibility with surrounding areas, general solar impact and future growth limitations, so that land will not be usable for other uses in the future. There will be concern about long-term agricultural and soil health. By dedicating this land to the solar, it will remove some economical opportunity and fiscal return if this land will be dedicated to other uses as housing, for instance. There are some concerns about public safety related to BESS and the utility scale solar of this large project, and some uncertainty around decommissioning and long-term land restoration. The Commission discussed it during the meeting BESS safety design, the scale of the solar component, the commissioning plan, and mixed use component of the proposal, because there was a question about either it's present in this application. There was one person opposed, one person supported this project during the public hearings, and one person provided some mixed position, like he's not opposing solar generally, but it need to be reviewed in details. But then that same person sent on Monday his opposition letter for this case. Speaking about these discussions, the applicant addressed the mixed use component. They provided information for the commissioning plan, as it will be a requirement from the Arizona State Land Department to provide that plan, and it will be reviewed by both the Pinal County and State Land Department and will be updated through the time. And they also discussed it a lot regarding the best safety design and provided their experts to answer all the questions related to best safety designs. I also want to go with the board regarding the stipulations that was put additional to the standard stipulations. So stipulation number 14 and 15, I would combine them. Stipulation 14 requires compliance with the requirements from the Pinal County Open Space, Trail, and Regional Parks, and that will be determined at the time of the site plan review and approval process. And the buffer requirements and wildlife-friendly fencing should be incorporated where required into final site design. So by those two stipulations, the applicant will be required to go through any Pinal County requirement at that time of the site plan, and they need to comply with all of our requirements. They will need to keep the buffer and fencing they claimed in their application for this site. So that's to ensure that they will have that good-looking proposal from the developer's perspective to dedicate a lot of land to buffer along the washes. We also have stipulation number 16. That's regarding the decommissioning plan. That's a generic stipulation developed by the planning division regarding to all solars, and it was previously included in the other approved by the board case, Cactus Flower solar project. Then we have stipulation number 17. That stipulation actually allows the applicant to determine the land use zoning within the development area B, and that gives the applicant requirements to make a mix, but without any specific acreages. at least at this stage. There was a discussion during Planning and Zoning Commission to make it more clear with including specific acreages, but then it was voted without any additional edits for this stipulation. Then we have stipulation number 18 that will require approval from Arizona State Land Department when the applicant will determine which zoning they would like to go with specific site plan. Then stipulation number 19, that's regarding what is prohibited on the those project areas, and stipulation 20 will require a minimum 8 feet high CMU block wall for the BES around the whole BES facility. So the public participation, here you can see the basic information about notifications made by the county and the applicant. I passed to the board information we received opposition and support letters. So as a staff, there was a different sources of those letters, and they sent it mostly to the clerk of the board, and then clerk of the board shared it with the staff. So based on my calculations, we have 39 letters of support, which correspond to 43 people signed on those support letters. We have 84 letters of opposition, which signed by 97 people. We have 3 letters for consideration with mixed opinion about the project. And we have 1 agency response from the town of Santan Valley. Basically, and generally speaking, they are opposing to the project because of the small scale of provided the jobs at this stage of the proposal, and that land may be used wisely for mixed use. And also, yesterday, county staff also received 21 voice messages, and the content of those messages, we just didn't have time to analyze those content of those voice messages. Speaking about supermajority requirement for the projects, Arizona State statute require to go with a supermajority votes for the board in case 20% of the landowners within the 300 feet by number and by the area will oppose to the case. In this case, we have 5 landowners within 300 feet, and the major landowners surrounding this area is Arizona State Land Department, and county staff didn't receive any opposition letter from any of those landowners. So the supermajority vote is not required for this case to pass. Yeah, this is information based on the date of the submission, and I updated support letters and opposition letters. There is no stipulation for non-major complaint amendment. There are 2 stipulations for the rezone and 20 stipulations for the PED overlay district. If the board has any questions to the staff.
Are there any questions of the staff from the board? Supervisor Vidiello.
Can you go back to the map? Because you said there was something about a certain portion that would only be approved for solar. So are you telling me, and I just want to make sure I'm talking about the right area.
So can you see the railroad going through the project from the north? Yeah. So everything north to the railroad, it will be only solar.
So, in other words, if it wasn't approved, state land would only want this to be solar? I just want to make sure I understand it, or can you just make sure I understand that?
I'm not aware about state land, but the applicant applied with only solar restrictions. So it will be solar and solar related, like BES and transmissions. So it will be something else, but only solar related.
Okay.
There will be no other industrial uses for that land.
Any other questions from the board? No.
So
Yes?
No, I'm going to have plenty to say after the public comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pachenko. And the applicant now, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Alex Hayes, 2121 East Highland Avenue, from the law firm Withy Morris Baugh, and happy to be here today to discuss the Silver King Energy Center. I'm here on behalf of Arevia Power. I think Valentine did a good job presenting the particulars of our application. There's some items I think I'll clarify, but I want to primarily focus on kind of the project itself and sort of the big picture here. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this project over the last year, and that's because this is a very important project for the future of Pinal County. This is not speculative development. This is not speculative solar. This is critical infrastructure. This is critical generating capacity and generation that is going to unlock and support economic development and growth here in Pinal County. And I can say that confidently because this project, the Silver King Energy Center, has a contract with an end user here in Pinal County to deliver power to that project. And that project is the Florence Tech Park, a recently approved project within the town of Florence that was unanimously approved by their town council. It's a project they're very excited about. And it's one that's going to be a substantial economic engine, not just for the town of Florence, but for the entire county. And that project does not come to fruition. It doesn't become reality. It doesn't start creating revenue for the town and for the county, at least not in the next 5 to 7 years, but for your approval of this project here today. So this is a very important project. This is economic development for the county and supports growth within this county. And I think if this board supports growth in the county, which I think it does, then it should support projects like Silver King, which quite literally is the engine that powers that growth and makes it possible. So today we're going to discuss how this project has evolved over the last year. There's been, as I mentioned, a lot of discussions. We've engaged with a lot of stakeholders across the county, including this board here. And we've incorporated a lot of that feedback, and I think it's made the project better. I'm going to talk about, from a macro perspective, why this project is important for Pinal County, a little bit about the project itself, what it actually is, and how it will specifically benefit Pinal County. First, this project is brought to you by Arevia Power. This is an American-founded, owned, and operated company. They were founded about 10 years ago. They have a lot of experience with these types of projects, already completing 3 gigawatts of generation. They have another 8 gigawatts in their pipeline across the western United States. And they are a community-first developer. And what that means is that they want to be partners with the communities in which they operate. They engage with the stakeholders in that community, and they make direct investments in that community. And we'll talk about how they've done that here in Pinal County later in this presentation. Specifically about the property itself, this is Arizona State Trust land. Total site's about 8,100 acres. Located south of US 60, west of State Route 79. It is bisected by that Magma Arizona rail line, which kind of separates the two portions of the project. And the total buildable acreage of the site is 5,700 acres, and that's due to the fact that we maintain quite a bit of open space and drainage channels throughout the site. But this site was chosen for a couple of key reasons. One is its lack of impact. Its separation from the areas of public view. It's from the nearest location to 60 and 79 is a minimum over a mile. The nearest residence is over 2 miles away from the project boundaries. And it's compatible with the existing and planned uses in the development pattern in this area. I think lastly, and a very important component of why this site was important to or why it was chosen is the existing energy infrastructure that exists here. This site's located between the Able substation and the Florence Junction substations, and there's a transmission line that connects those two that bisects the property. Now, this project will upgrade that Florence Junction substation and the transmission line to Able, all at Silver King's expense. Now, as Valentine noted, in Development Area A, which is that area north of the Magma Arizona rail line, it will be solar development. Now, the zoning is I3. It doesn't actually specifically limit it to solar, but it would be subject to a solar lease with through ASLD, and that would kind of dictate the use, at least for the lifetime of that lease. But development area would include the solar and then 800 megawatts of 4-hour BESS. Development area B, south of the rail line, would be up to 400 megawatts of thermal generation, and then a mix of employment uses. This was a concept that was requested by the State Land Department to make this area an attractive employment corridor to be able to attract additional employers. And this is, I think, a good economic development effort for the county as well to be able to attract some marquee employers to this location. Now, again, there's been a lot of feedback we've received and incorporated into this project. Most notably, I think most substantially, is the reduction in the amount of solar that's incorporated in this project. The solar array has been reduced by 1,800 acres. And given that reduction in the solar area and the location of the site itself, these solar arrays are really just not visible from 60 or 79. And we have visual and video simulations that will demonstrate that later in this presentation. We've also added a natural gas component to the project, which was, again, at the in consultation with county stakeholders as well as utility stakeholders, requesting that firm, reliable power. We've proposed and drafted a development agreement with Pinal County. We're working on with the county attorney's office and county management, which will provide at a minimum of $15 million for transportation infrastructure. That's beyond what would be typically required as part of the development process. We'd also would be providing 10 acres of land dedicated to the county in that development area B for administrative office buildings. We're working on an agreement with the Superstition Fire and Medical District that would provide them $3 million in addition to training and equipment for that district personnel. And lastly, as I mentioned, we've identified and are working with an off-taker that will power business directly here in Pinal County. On the left here, you can see our original proposal. The original proposal we came in with was 9,000 acres total project area. Total solar buildable area is 6,500 acres. After the conversations we've had through this process, we've reduced the total project area by roughly 900 acres. Part of that was to accommodate the Project Ranger that was approved recently here by this board. And the total solar buildable was reduced by 28%, total of 1,800 acres. So a substantial change. And then, of course, adding the employment uses in that development area B to provide that kind of mix of uses and help create this employment corridor in this area. The only thing I'd add to this, I've kind of talked about these elements, is just that I want to highlight the fact that there are over 2,000 acres of open space maintained for wildlife movement, to maintain those regional drainage channels, and to have that open space in that area. Now, kind of looking big picture a little bit about why this project is needed in the first place. Now, I know this board is in the best position to see how much this county has grown and will be growing in the years to come with the projects that have been planned and approved here. And I think this board wisely held a special session in the fall where you brought representatives from the utilities that serve this county to come tell you kind of what's the state of play with the energy demand and supply in the county. How is the county planning for the development that is coming here, and what does that generation capacity look like? What's the health of the grid? I think what you heard, and I would characterize as no uncertain terms, is that more generation is needed to support the growth that's planned here. SRP came and they said that they plan to more than double, if not triple, their system over the next decade. And 30% of that system growth, of that load growth, is occurring in Pinal County with the commercial and industrial uses. These are uses that are already in the queue that SRP needs to plan around. This project, the Silver King Energy Center, provides affordable, reliable, and firm power that SRP that can help close that demand gap in the county and support new economic development and new growth in the county. And as I mentioned, we're very happy to say that this will directly support development and projects here in Pinal County. You can see this, the Silver King Energy Center will deliver power to the Able substation. The Florence Technology Park will pull power from the Able substation. There is a contract between Riviera Power, the Silver King, and the Ryan companies and their Florence Technology Park. This is about as direct as it gets, short of an extension cord from the generation to the user. Now, I want to clarify and be clear about this point, that at this point today, Silver King does not have a contract with Salt River Project. Salt River Project is the utility that serves this area, and they will inevitably be part of servicing the Florence Technology Park, but they can't include this project in their resource planning efforts until it has received entitlements. They need more certainty to be able to include it in their processes. But there is a contract with the end user, and once this project does have that certainty, it will move through the SRP process, and inevitably there will be a contract that with SRP and the Ryan companies to deliver power to that project. Now, that Florence Technology Park is a substantial economic driver. It will contribute over $893 million in total economic output. That is through phase one of their multi-phase development, and that is just the construction phase. On an ongoing basis, from the numbers I've seen or have been shared with me, you can expect on an annual basis about $9 million in revenue from the operational phase to the town of Florence and about $8 million to the county. And that is on top of the $213.7 million in direct taxes from Silver King itself that would contribute to the county over the life of that project, or this project. I wanted to again touch on the creation of the employment corridor with the employment uses that are being entitled in Development Area B south of the rail line. The power generation in this area will help attract commercial and industrial development. It establishes this employment corridor with the entitlement phase complete for potential users to come to this area. For site selectors, that gives this area in the county a leg up, that it kind of de-risks the site from an entitlement perspective when large employers are looking for land. And these uses are compatible with the existing and planned uses in the area. You have no federal or state listed species that have been identified on the site. The nearest existing residence is about 2 miles from any of the generation assets as part of this Silver King Energy Center. And there would be no displacement of agricultural land. There'd be no significant effect on visual resources, which we'll walk through in a moment. Minimal noise once constructed. And I think an important point is, this area is part of the Superstition Vistas planning area, which contemplates some residential in this area, but Land Advisors has done an analysis of the area, and they project that no residential development will be viable in this area for a minimum of 45 years, and that's due to a variety of reasons, growth trends, transportation corridors, and I think principally probably water. It's going to be a while before you're seeing subdivisions approved in this area. But that makes this project, and particularly the solar piece, a very good interim use within this area. The Superstition Vistas planning area is about 128,000 acres. The solar component of the Silver King Energy Center is about 4,700. That's about 3.67% of the planning area. So there's a lot of land in this planning area that is still available. And there's a lot of land that can be developed today. And I think I do want to take a moment to just make one point here, that there were some questions that maybe there was another user that was interested in the Silver King project area. We've confirmed with the Arizona State Land Department that that is not the case. There are no applications or proposals of any user that are considering this property. But we would be making, if this project is approved or if this application is approved, it would be entitling 1,300 acres for employment uses and make this easier for good employers to come here. Now, decommissioning, I know, is always an important question with these projects. I think you'll be happy to know that a decommissioning bond will be posted as a requirement of any ASLD lease for solar. A draft decommissioning plan has already been submitted to ASLD and to the county for review, and that will be updated periodically during the life of this project. And then after the term of this lease with ASLD, should they be the successful winner of the solar lease, the project will be decommissioned, and the site will be returned to its pre-existing conditions and made suitable for future development. Arivia has been working closely with the Superstition Fire and Medical District, the Fire and Risk Alliance, which is an organization I know this board has a lot of experience with, and other local fire districts, Florence Fire, and we'll continue to work with them through the design, construction, testing phases to ensure that this project adheres to the highest safety standards. And Arivia and Silver King Project will be responsible for risk management and mitigation throughout this process. They'll perform hazardous risk assessments. Comprehensive emergency response plans will be created, and they'll provide equipment and training and additional funding to the local agencies and districts responsible for serving this area. And we do have representatives from the Fire and Risk Alliance here to answer any questions that you might have. Now, that visual impact that I mentioned, this is the closest location of the solar panels to either State Route 79 or US 60. It's about a 1.3 mile separation. And we do have a video that we'll see if we can get this to work. Yeah, I won't. Great. It's got sound effects with that too, yeah. So here you can see this is traveling down northbound 79. And I want to make clear that what you're seeing there, right here, that's Box Canyon. That is not the Silver King Energy Center. And that is separated from 79 by, I think, 500 feet. So we have a separation of, I think, about 6,800 feet. So it's significantly more substantial buffer and setback compared to Box Canyon. Now here's where you would be approaching the proximity to the Silver King project. And of course, it's a much different condition. I don't want to waste your time, so I won't play the whole video here, but and then we can look. This one went by. Approaching the project. There's a color overlay that gives you a perspective of where the project is. You can see how far separated, how far removed it is from US 60. That gives you a perspective of where it is, and we'll go back down to the street view. And you don't see it. It is a very minimal visual impact. Back. Thank you for indulging me with that.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment? That
Please,
simulation is very deceptive. They have edited out, and ADOT has cleared all the vegetation. The actual site is much more vegetated than that. It doesn't look like that right there. So that is very deceptive. I had some videos ready to play showing just how much vegetation is in there. I'm choosing not to show them, but it doesn't look like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I would just think that more vegetation would provide more screening for that solar facility. I think I'll just move through these. You get the point. The point is you can't see it. There's very limited vantage points where it's even visible at all. And we can focus on the dollars and cents. And, as I mentioned, this project, Silver King Energy Center, is economic development. It supports additional growth and development in the county and projects that will produce a tremendous amount of value, jobs, and revenue for the county. But this project itself is a substantial economic driver for the county, producing over, has capital expenditures of $2.9 billion, creates 2,350 full-time equivalent construction jobs over the life of this project, or over the construction phase of this project, with over $213 million in direct tax benefits to Pinal County. That's personal property tax and sales tax. And that you add to the $15 million proposed in our development agreements for transportation infrastructure projects, and there's over $230 million impact from this project revenue directly to Pinal County. And that will occur, you'll see, the county will see $106 million generated during the first 10 years of this project, with depreciation tailing off and $100 million over the remainder of the life of the project. Now, the development agreements I mentioned, we are currently coordinating with county management and the county attorney's office on the development agreement that will provide funding for transportation-related benefits that will support the surrounding area of this project. For example, the Highway 24 expansion. We're also going to be dedicating identified roads within the project footprint for longer-term expansion that will be identified in the development agreement. And as I mentioned, we would be dedicating approximately 10 acres for county use for administrative buildings in that development area B. We will also be coordinating with the Superstition Fire and Medical District to provide up to $3 million to the district for operations, equipment, and future station needs. As I mentioned, Silver King takes very seriously being a good partner with the communities in which they operate. And that means making direct investments in that community, and they've done so here in Pinal County to the tune of over $175,000, contributed to these community organizations and events that are kind of the pillars of Pinal County. And we're very proud to have a wide range of supporters, a breadth of support, ranging from members of the Arizona State Legislature, the Western Way, our trade partners. We also have, just in the last couple of weeks, you should have this in your inbox, but we have over 100 letters of support from residents across the county, and I'll deliver these to the clerk of the board so that you have them if you have not seen them in your inbox. And just to wrap it up, because I know you'll probably have some questions for us, but this project is a key economic development project for Pinal County. Approving this project signals that you are open for business in the county and you support additional growth and development here. It's a significant significant revenue generator on its own, bringing in over $213 million in direct taxes, personal property taxes, and sales taxes. Through the development agreement, we'll provide an additional $15 million. And it supports development here in Pinal County, bringing much-needed jobs and revenue to the town of Florence with the economic engine that is the Florence Tech Park. And it does so with very minimal impact, low visual impact, creating infrastructure improvements for this area. And, we're proud to have the support of a wide variety of residents and key players within the county. So with that, I'll wrap it up and happy to answer any questions you have. And we do have representatives from our economic analysis team, engineering, and representatives from Arivia Power themselves, all available to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Seeing one down there. Supervisor Vidiello.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Alex. So you said you have over 200 letters. We have listed today 202 people who are opposed to the project. And we have 82 for the project. And just out of those 82, 25 to 30 of them are out of the area. Now, it's great to have letters, and out of this 202, probably 98% of those people that are against the project live right there. So what I'm getting at is, it's great to have support letters, but it's great to have support letters for local people. It kind of gives more impact of what's going on in the area. Outside of the construction jobs, outside of the economic development area that you have listed there, the 100 acres, how many jobs will that produce without that you'll have no control over when it comes to that acreage of land that you're probably going to have somebody else do economic development. So how many jobs will this produce outside of construction jobs? I was in the construction business. I know how many jobs this can bring. How many jobs will the remainder of the 4,800 acres bring to Pinal County?
Sure. Thank you, Chair and Supervisor. On the first question, I think most of the opposition came from at least 8 miles away from this site. So I wouldn't say it's right around this project area, and I think we'll hear from some speakers today who live much closer than that. And we do have support from Santan Valley, from areas with, around this project area. And I think you'll hear from some folks in Florence that are very supportive of this project. So as it relates to jobs, the after construction on an operational basis, the solar component of the project will have, I think, about 10 full-time jobs. The natural gas thermal generation, I think, would be typically you'd see about 20 to 30 full-time operations personnel. Those are high-paying jobs, though.
And which that won't start for 5 to 7 years after the project, correct? Probably about to build the gas plant.
Gas plant would be, I think, as soon as turbines become available.
Okay, 5 to 7 years. That's been what I've been told by many other projects. But anyway, my point being, we're tying up a lot of land for 100 jobs. That troubles me. Economic development to me means jobs, not 100 jobs. So the other thing is...
Can I respond to that?
Well, hold on. Let me keep asking some of the questions. I know you have an agreement with Ryan Company, and that's great, but there's only one problem. I don't think you have a long enough extension cord, like you said, to go from the project to Ryan Company. Without SRP, which I have a letter stating there's no agreement, which you mentioned, I'm not disagreeing with that, but we don't even know if they're going to buy the power. SRP only has a little piece of Pinal County. We keep hearing that this amount of power is going to stay in Pinal County. Without SRP, there's no power that stays in here because they're the closest substation. The other issue is that if you don't have an agreement with them, the Ryan Company agreement means absolutely nothing to me. So there's some of my questions.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisor. From a jobs perspective, the jobs that I mentioned, those numbers are specific to the energy generation components of our request today. There's an additional 1,300 acres that will be entitled for employment uses and will be available for additional employers to come in here, now entitled, making that process easier for ASLD and the county to attract employers here that are compatible with the other projects you've approved in this area. And it also enables the Florence Tech Park to move forward at a much more accelerated timeline, which itself creates a significant number of jobs. Having the power to support development in the county is economic development and is job creation, even if they're not supporting jobs directly on this site. The power generated by this project does create jobs within the county.
But if SRP doesn't take it and buy it from you, it doesn't produce any power for them. So
the way SRP's process works,
I've gone through that process, and what I'm getting at is there's maybes, buts, and no guarantees to any of the portion outside of Ryan Group is what I'm getting at. I got a lot of people who are against this project, and pretty local. Within 8 miles, Maricopa is a lot further than 8 miles. Casa Grande's a lot further than 8 miles. But I have a lot of these from Gold Canyon, Florence, Queen Creek, a lot closer than what you're saying. So I'm just saying there's a lot of people opposed to this project, but there's also way too many buts, maybes, and ifs. I wouldn't run my business on all those scenarios. So I'm just letting you know that I run into a problem with too many of those. So,
if I may, I would like to clarify that, and if Chair, if I may, I could bring up Dave Lumgren from Arivia Power, and can hopefully help explain to you how that process works with the agreement we have with the end user and how that works in relation to the SRP process and why entitlements are necessary for a contract to be had with SRP.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Dave Lundgren from Arivia Power. So a couple pieces to address Supervisor Vitiello. I do understand your comment. Sorry, stand back a little bit. Regarding the opposition and folks from 8 miles away in Gold Canyon, the overwhelming response for the opposition letters that did get submitted that were provided to us were related to visual impacts. I don't want to see the project. We've demonstrated not only in our visual modeling and analysis, plus through site tours that members of the board have attended and have been open to all members of the board and the public, we've demonstrated physically that you cannot see the project from the areas that people are concerned about. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear in that regard, that the bulk of the opposition letters that have been supplied to us that we've had an opportunity to review are focused on visual impacts. The other part of the support letters, yes, they're coming from Maricopa, they're coming from Casa Grande, they're coming from business leaders in the state and within the county. But the key part here is that people are looking for generation of power that is going to stay local, that is going to help power the jobs and power the industry that this board is approving. Without power generation in this county, it is going to be extremely difficult to continue moving forward in the growth, the economic development, and the vision that you all have and are setting for the county. This project generates power in Pinal County, generates power that you cannot see, ties directly to a very critical node of SRP's system that then distributes that power to the Ryan companies, which is less than a mile away from the Able substation, and has rights for other utilities to then take that power and distribute it amongst the county. So the reason we are going through the SRP system is because we cannot do behind-the-meter contracting. If we had the ability to do that, we would go directly and we would build our transmission line directly into that facility. That is not allowed, so we have to go through the local utility that has jurisdiction, which is SRP. We are going to plug into their facility, which is the Able substation, and from there, the power is going to be distributed by SRP. They are the middleman. They are managing the switch as to how the power is coming in and how the power is going out within their system. The contract that we have with the Ryan companies is real. It's a binding contract. We are obligated to provide power to them by date certain. It will have to go through SRP's system because that is the way that the rules work here. So, yes, do we have a contract right now with SRP? No. Is SRP going to say that we're going to have a contract once this project gets approved? No, because they need certainty. So we are in a situation where we're going through their process. We're in their interconnection queue. The offtake is in their load application process. Those two things get married up by the SRP engineers. They need certainty on what projects are going to provide power to their system in order for them to look at how the contracting is going to work in the future.
Well, I got right here a letter from SRP telling me that they have nothing in the hopper with you at all. And that bothers me. I do my research, and what I'm getting at, and I got to go with facts. Facts matter. The only fact you really have for me, unfortunately, is the fact that you have a contract with Ryan Group. So this holds more weight than Ryan Group. But anyway, well,
if I can respond to that, Chair.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. We are in SRP's interconnection queue process. That is official. It is submitted. I can provide you with verification that we are in that interconnection queue. It is not a contract. So, like, if the question was asked, do we have a contract with SRP? We have been very adamant by saying that we do not. So if the question is, do we have a contract with SRP at this date? We absolutely do not. We are in SRP's interconnection queue study process. That is the first part of the process for power to be generated and accepted into their system.
Okay. Supervisor 30, Supervisor Surdy, I think.
Yes. Yes, regarding the letters, there were hundreds of more letters that got purged because there was such a negative reaction to this project that they pulled it and then they changed it, trying to sell it to the public, which the public wasn't buying. So a lot of those people did not rewrite. And the letters that they did get, and the folks that I can see that are assembled here to speak, they're all getting something financially out of this. All the people, the hundreds and hundreds of people against it, they just want their area left alone, or at least not this project. And you look at where these are from, Casa Grande, Maricopa, and different businesses, different contractors. They're not organic people. And the project in Florence, that thing's happening with or without this project. SRP has enough power. I've talked to SRP employees, and the Box Canyon right down the road, it's having no effect. It's not going to lower our electric bills at all. So, and like I said, a lot of $5,000 checks were just going out like candy. Thank you to those that turned those checks down to various chambers of commerce, et cetera. Some did accept them. Might as well. It's free money from San Francisco. You know, San Francisco, why aren't they building this over there? It's because it's a beautiful tourist area. Well, so is this. When I did my report this morning, I said about the scenic highway that Highway 60 is. It's a designated scenic highway. You don't do this along scenic highways. So you're going to you want to shelter it some way. And you will come off of Gonzales Pass and see this. It'll be the first thing you see. And once it's there, it's not going to be there. The ground will be ruined for this future type tourism. And like I mentioned, I had some videos. If anybody's on my Facebook, you saw what I did. You saw what I did inside of Box Canyon, how there's not one blade of grass in there. And if you go out into this territory, there's saguaros, there's raptor nests. It's a riparian area. In a lot of the literature, it says, in some of the letters, it says it's in the middle of nowhere. Yes, it is in the middle of nowhere of a tourist area. The Peralta stones were discovered within a mile of this. And everybody going on the loop around the highway, the Apache Trail, this is the way you come back, and to Superior, et cetera. So it is not, we've got such a big, diverse county. We're the size of Connecticut, of course. I had need to go to Tucson twice in the last couple weeks. And when you go to the west part of the county, it doesn't look like this. It's played out cotton fields, it's creosote. This is not what you have here. This is the true Sonoran Desert. So this is not an inconsequential place. So, and I'm going to have more after. I think there's going to be a lot of comments, and I'm going to come back and address those as well. So thank you.
Supervisor Goodman, you had a comment?
Oh, I just have a question. I think more than anything, a yes or no question. Without a contract, would you go forward building this thing?
No, sir.
Any other questions from the board? Oh, Supervisor Miller.
Just real quick, your explanation of the queue, I guess, that SRP has. You're in their queue. How many other potential providers or projects are out there that are probably in the queue as well?
I cannot answer that. SRP system is quite large, so I'm not sure how many other generators have
That's my
entered
point.
the
There's other generators that are probably in the same space, you know, in the queue. If we build this, you know, then we'll move forward with contracts.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I visualize.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lundgren. I'm going to now close this part of it. I'm going to open the public hearing like that. Are there members from the audience? Well, I do have, before I say that, I've got a pile of cards here. I got 14 cards so far. So that's about, 42 minutes? So if you all have the same thing to say, please be mindful of that and keep your comments short. And so I will start with Ms. Hiscox.
Brenda Hiscox, Coolidge, Pinal resident. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the board. Look, I have nothing written down. I came to you today out of my heart as a stakeholder in the county. That's it. I don't want this. A lot of people don't want it. Alex told me it's just desert. Yeah, it's just desert. That's what we are. We're a desert. We're a very precious Sonoran ecosystem. These developers love to come in and say, well, we'll decommission and put it back when we leave. There's no putting back an ecosystem that you destroy. You can't put it back. I would like to appeal to you to side with the stakeholders, not developers from out of state, not attorneys' fees from Scottsdale, but to listen to the people who actually live here, who actually look at it. We've approved as a county something like 40,000 acres of solar. How much of that is built out? It's not all built out. So are these a solar developer or are they an industrial developer? Because what it sounds to me like is we would like to use the federal tax credits and the PPAs and have you pay for this part of it, taxpayers, so that we can entice the other stuff to get here after the fact. Well, I don't want to pay for more of that. We've paid for enough. I'm kind of tired of it. So's the president. The president is done with solar. He said states that rely on solar and wind are making their utilities more expensive for everyone. Arizona is a retirement state. There are people here, the elderly especially, who are on Social Security because the last administration really cut back on coal and wanted to take coal offline. Coal is cheap power, and that's why our utilities were cheap. Now they're really expensive. If green energy was so great, how come nobody's utility bills went down? They went up a lot. This project, over the course of 3 years, is proposed to use 20 acre-feet of water. Calculated out into gallons, that's 6,500,000 gallons. How much can you get in a water truck? Because I asked Alex, where's the water come from? Arizona Water Company. I said, where does that water come from? He said, I don't know. Well, somebody's not getting water to give up 6,500,000 acres. It's a big reach for why? It's a lot of land for a few jobs and a lot of what ifs. I'm just kind of tired of that. This used to be a completely different area. And when the tax credits came and the word got out that Pinal County was going to be the solar dump, that's what happened. I think we're squandering a short-term maybe for a long-term, a lot of possibility. A long time ago, Supervisor Surdy said, it's real simple. If you have solar, you have no growth. If you have no solar, you have growth. I don't want to squander and become another dump for solar. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Next is, I've seen it. Sipand Alizada. I got that pretty close, didn't I? Okay, cool.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Sipand Alizada, Arizona Technology Council, here in support of this project. I had a boss who once told me keep it simple. And keeping it simple, I'll just say Arizona needs energy. Pinal County needs energy. This is a developer who understands that. And that's why they went back to the drawing board and revised their plans and added this thermal component to their plans. Now, without energy, we're not going to see a technological renaissance that I know all of you want to continue seeing in Pinal County. Do you all want more semiconductor manufacturers here? Do you all want more national defense contractors to set up operations here? If you do, you need to have energy. That's what they tell the Arizona Technology Council. And that's why we're supportive of this project. Very, very grateful for everyone on every side of this. This is democracy in action. Very, very proud to be an American today, to have this fruitful discussion on both sides. But in the end, we hope that you all will be supportive of the Silver King Energy Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbie Engel.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. I'm Barbie Engel. As I said before, I live in a Pinal County island in north of Apache Junction. I also have a second home in Gold Canyon that is right off the 60 on the south side. From my house in northern Apache Junction area, I can see all the way to Santan Valley. I would be able to see this. So that's the first thing. Second, I strongly urge you to vote no today on this project with Solar King. The massive 8 to 9 acre industrial project would cover our pristine Sonoran Desert, along with being able to be seen from State Route 79 coming off the mountain from Globe, all the way down through Florence. It's going to cover it with solar panels, battery storage. There is going to be natural gas generation put into it, but it's permanently going to destroy our habitat, our wildlife corridors, our scenic views, and our rural way of life. This is a fragile desert, and it's a natural treasure that we can't replace. We need to pay attention to what we're putting in, and we need to not be ignored as the voices of those who live here in Pinal County and the Planning and Zoning Commission, which has already done recent denials. Pinal County is already losing too much open space and with sprawling energy projects. Better alternatives exist, like small modular nuclear reactors that are coming online in the next 7 to 10 years, maybe even less. We already have them in our submarines, and they work great. So if our military can be in them, let's bring them into our communities. And we need to be patient and get things right for Pinal County and not rush through solar. Superstition Fire is here, but they are, as I've heard, they're here as neutral. We helped them get a $33 million bond passed this past year. I hope that they're here as a neutral party. And talking about partnerships, I can say I'm in a partnership with Pinal County and the fire district as well, because I have to get a fire permit to burn on my property. And therefore, I actually have received permits. So am I in a partnership? According to them, I think I am. Also, we have, I was told by the owner of this solar company prior to coming up here during the break that he was going to get his parts from India and Mexico. Both of those countries rely on parts from China. And I have those sources if you'd like them. As well as he said that he's been at the White House recently, so have I. And I know that Trump is not a solar guy. He is not a wind farm guy. And I want to stay with what Trump wants. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so I'm not remiss here, this is a public hearing on 18, 19, and 20, just all together. Thank you, so that I'm up to speed here. Okay. Mr. Tom Scott, you are up, sir. And again, in all of these, as you come up, please state your name and generally where you live.
Good afternoon, Mayor McClure, Vice Chair, and the Supervisors. My name is Tom Scott. I live in Coolidge. As I read the 1,254-page proposal twice, I came across these claims. The solar applicants always start off with how much money the county will be getting. It is always millions and millions of dollars. Those of us that have utility-grade solar in our communities have learned that the promised millions never show up. The property tax is paid to the state, and the state reallocates it to their projects throughout the state, with only a fraction of it coming back to the local area. The state of Arizona has a statute that says that this type of project will depreciate over 10 years. And on year 11, the property tax will be figured off what the land was originally. At this point, it's desert land, plus 10% for existing improvements. This will drastically lower the amount of property tax paid over the remaining 15 years or term of the agreement. So far, Solar King Solar has donated $175,000 in local community organizations to help others in need. This is very important, but will it continue over the next 25 years or so? It is stated that in their proposal that they will use on the construction portion 700 acre-feet of water. This equates to 228 million gallons of water over the build-out, which is 3 to 5 years. This would take 38,000 semi-loads of water at 6,000 gallons apiece. Annual cleaning of panels, 24,000 gallons. Thermal generation, 2.3 million gallons of water every day, or 841 million gallons per year. Every community is concerned now about their water because of the recent municipality cuts from Lake Mead. Santan Valley, are you ready to share your aquifer with them? We need to remember that there is no current water being pumped on this property today. 10 years ago, it was all about green energy and how it would be good for the environment. We then learned the whole process of creating panels, required mining minerals in the earth, powered by fossil fuel. The construction phase, all the machines run on fossil fuel. This is inconsistent with the green energy that it is supposed to be all about. Then they changed their slogan to solar is cheaper power. Who can now say that their electric bill has gone down? No one. We are experiencing rate increases every other year, and I think over the last 10 years, rates have gone up around 30%. Now their motto has changed again, supporting the power of the grid, supporting growth in Pinal County. To drive this a narrative, we are told that there could be brownouts and blackouts. This could be normal. Solar has no solutions. It never has. We have all been sold a bill of goods and taught that we are saving the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I'll try to hold you tightly to the 3 minutes because it's going to take a while. Jason Dempsey, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
You don't have to yell into the mic.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Jason Dempsey, and I'm proud to reside right here in Pinal County in Santan Valley. I'm here today to express my strong support for the Silver King Energy Center. This proposal represents a thoughtful and strategic step forward in addressing several of the long-term priorities facing our county. Pinal County is no longer a rural county on the sidelines of Arizona's growth. We are in the center of it. With the growth comes increased demand for infrastructure, especially reliable and adequate energy capacity. If we want to remain competitive, attract quality employers, and support responsible residential and commercial development, we must ensure that our energy infrastructure keeps pace. The Silver King Energy directly contributes to that goal by strengthening local generation capacity. Having reliable power generation within our county enhances grid stability, supports peak demand needs, and positions Pinal County as an energy ready for future industrial and commercial investment. In today's economic environment, energy reliability is not just a convenience, it is a prerequisite for growth. In addition to energy reliability, this project represents a low-impact form of industrial development when compared to many other heavy industrial uses. It allows the county to diversify its economic base without placing significant strain on public services or residential communities. The economic benefits are also substantial. Projects of this scale generate hundreds of high-wage construction jobs during the build phase, providing meaningful opportunities for skilled tradesmen and local workers. Beyond construction, the presence of major infrastructure projects often attracts additional private investment and signals that our county is prepared for long-term economic development. Importantly, the developers have committed to significant commuters' contributions, including over $15 million in agreements with Pinal County and the Superstition Fire District, along with ongoing tax revenue and associated fees. These funds directly support public safety, schools, roads, and critical infrastructure. That revenue strengthens essential services without shifting additional financial burdens onto residential property owners. At a time when many of our residents commute outside of Pinal County for employment, projects that expand our economic base and improve our infrastructure readiness deserve careful and serious consideration. We have an opportunity to support smart growth that balances economic development, infrastructure investment, and community benefits. For these reasons, I respectfully encourage your support of the Silver King Energy Center. I appreciate your time today, your service, and your commitment to the future of Pinal County. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. All right. Right on the beeper. John Krieg.
Yes, thank you to the Board of Supervisors and for the opportunity to speak.
Please state you. Oh, never mind. You're doing it.
Okay, my name is John Krieg. I have a home in Queen Valley. I worked for a gas-fired power plant in Fairbanks, Alaska for 20 years until my retirement. I am against the proposed solar farm in this area for the following reasons. By expanding the solar field to Florence Junction, you are severely limiting the potential and full development of the Superstition Vista area. The master plan for this area would be much different. The expansion of Highway 24 corridor could never come to Florence Junction. For one thing, the railroad access would be lost on the north for over 6,000 acres being cut off by the solar panels. And it would restrict potential businesses along this corridor. There is a reason why subdivisions aren't located by airports and power plants. They are loud. Jet engines are gas turbines. Many developers have restrictions that designate single-story homes. Why would you approve a gas-fired power plant that you can see from Florence and hear from West Queen Valley? You don't build a 400-megawatt plant and decommission it in 30 years. That is a fact. And what about the emissions from that plant? Let me see, I got one more page here. Silver King Energy talks about money. The proper development of this area would bring much more revenue for business in Pinal County and wouldn't end in 30 years. Let's talk about jobs. As you drive north on 79, during the building of the first solar panels, there was jobs out there. As I drive now, there's nobody out there. And for 100 jobs, you're willing to give up 8,000 acres? This is ridiculous. The visualization that Solar King provided when going from Highway 79 to the north, one thing they conveniently forgot, they didn't show the smokestack of that 30-megawatt plant up against the Superstition Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Krieg. Don Seifert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak, supervisors and staff. My name is Don Seifert. I live at 266 South Gallen in Coolidge, Arizona. I am the rancher in there. I have been there for 36 years and stuff, either working for the Ellsworths or running it now that I own it and stuff, and I'm here to support Silver King and stuff. These guys have been transparent with me ever since the very beginning of this as to what their plans were and wanting to work with me and stuff in there. They have been very open and honest about it. And one of the things that I see out there that's coming is out where I live, because I'm getting notices from the state and stuff, and they're going to chop me to pieces out there and stuff. You know, there's different businesses and stuff that want to come in and out there. This is one of them, you know, and stuff there. And with things done right and stuff, we can still salvage some of the desert and stuff for wildlife and stuff in there. I realize that these projects and stuff are not easy, and there's a lot of concern over different things, and I understand that. I understand the people that don't want it and stuff too, you know. But if you look at the long picture of it, we're going to need the electricity. So if we don't go out there and with this plant and provide that electricity, we're going to be doing 300-acre deals here in Florence and Coolidge and Casa Grande for the next 5 years and stuff in there, that we're going to have to deal with the same things out there. So if we could deal with this thing now and pass this and move it on forward and stuff in there, we're going to be there for the future, which is coming and stuff, you know. In there, I can remember when there was no Gold Canyon out there and stuff, and the houses there and the developments and stuff that are coming this way are going to be there. My neighbors to the north of me and stuff, they've all lost parts of their desert and stuff, and they go in and they strip everything off of that desert and they build houses, you know, and stuff. If this was a golf course that they were trying to build out there, it'd be a different deal and stuff. So that's my thoughts on it and stuff, and I thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. Mark Cardenas.
Chairman McClure, honorable supervisors, Mark Cardenas. I work at 10629 West Randolph Road, Casa Grande, Arizona. I don't know, one of the comments that I heard earlier was that the people that are in support have a financial interest in this. And as I would say you're exactly right from the construction industry standpoint, right? My financial interest is making sure that my family is fed, a roof over my head. And Mr. Video, you mentioned your expertise in the construction industry. Most, and I think you understand this one, most of the jobs that we get that are life's a godsend for us are 2 to 3 months at a time. The folks that are working here, that are behind me, the construction workers, having 3 to 5 years of work where we get to stay here in Pinal County, be home in time for that T-ball game, get to shop at the grocery store with our family. It is oxygen for our families and us. Right now, most of our work is at Intel, which is about an hour in traffic one way, and that work is actually drying up. And so our folks who are blue-collar construction workers, conservative construction workers, that because that work is dried up, we're actually having to drive all the way to Goodyear and Buckeye to work at data centers now. Having to spend 2 to 3 hours of your life on the road every day, it becomes a blur. This project, the combination of renewable and battery storage with natural gas, it is something that we're skilled to do. It's something that we have invested our livelihoods and our lives in entering apprenticeship programs, and we very much look forward to building this. And we ask for your support of agenda item number 18. Thank you.
Thank you. James Pirtle.
Good afternoon. James Pirtle, IBW, Local 640. Been a union member for about 30 years. Moved to Florence, 2.5 miles from here in 2021. Have not had the luxury of working close with, like the previous guy said, over an hour drive to work. That relies heavily on the wife and grandkids to not be home because I'm traveling to work to make make a living. I'm very much in support of this project due to the jobs it will create. I also have the audacity that I have to live under San Carlos irrigation. So when we get a situation like this where we might get a chance to get some real electricity coming to our home and not having to deal with these people that don't seem interested in whether I have power or not, that interests me very much, as well as this project that was brought up over there at Attaway in Arizona Farm. So with all this, I would give my recommendation for you guys to approve this because of the fact of the jobs and the jobs it will create, even though they're part-time. But 3 to 5 years living here, being able to work within 30 minutes of my home would be a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Richard Garcia.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Rich Garcia. I'm a resident of Pinal County. I live in Casa Grande. I represent the hardworking men and women of the IUOE Local 12. I'm here today in strong support for the Silver King Solar Project. I'm not just a union member, but I'm also someone who believes in building the future where working families in Pinal County can stay working and thrive here at home. Too often our kids graduate, get trained, and then leave the area. The jobs aren't here yet. Projects like Silver King change that. The project means hundreds of skilled construction jobs, heavy equipment operators, mechanics, crane operators, surveyors, careers that put food on the table, mortgages get paid, and the kids get through school. These are not overnight jobs. These are safe, trained, family-supporting careers, healthcare, retirement, and dignity. And the impact goes far beyond just the job site. Every operator working on this project buys gas locally, eats at local restaurants, shops at the local stores, supports small businesses, and keeps the county alive. The tax revenue generated will fund schools, public safety, roads without asking residents to pay more out of their pocket. This is real economic development. Local 12 apprentices earn while you learn. We take people from all over the state of Arizona. We train them here in Pinal County, Casa Grande. They will be operating multi-million-dollar equipment safely and responsibly. Approving this project, giving the next generation a path into the mid-class right here in Pinal County instead of pushing them out. This also balances the growth, responsibility, protect our communities, and still build the infrastructure Arizona needs. Solar King does exactly that, creates jobs, stability for tomorrow. Supervisors, this vote is more than just a project site. It's about whether working families and the next generation get opportunities to live in Pinal County. On behalf of Local 12 and the workers ready to build this project safely, professionally, respectfully, I ask if you would support the Silver King project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Maxwell Bentz.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. I appreciate the time for today. My name is Maxwell Bentz. I live at 4449 East Longhorn Street, Santan Valley, 85140. I've been a resident of Pinal County for the last 7 years, been paying my taxes here and all that too. I stand before you today representing more than 21,000 members of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 12. And I am here to express our support for the Silver King Solar Project. As operating engineers, we understand the importance of progress and development. Silver King Solar Project will be creating jobs while stimulating economic growth in Pinal County. Our skilled and trained members are ready to contribute their expertise to ensure the successful execution and safely built of this project. In conclusion, the Operating Engineers Local 12 stands firmly behind the Silver King Solar Project. We believe that it will have a positive impact on the County of Pinal and bring greater opportunities for our members and the wider community of Pinal. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Chase Kuhl? Sorry if I butchered that a little bit, but it's somewhere in there, I know.
Chairman, Supervisors, good afternoon. My name is Chase Kuhl. I'm a member of the IBEW Local 640. I'm also a Pinal County resident as well, Santam Valley. I'm here today to support the Silver King Solar Energy Center. Our electricians build and maintain infrastructure that keeps the lights on in homes, hospitals, schools, and businesses. As Pinal County grows, the demand for reliable electricity is growing right along with it. This project provides exactly what the grid needs, large-scale solar generation paired with battery storage and reliable generation, so power is available even when the sun isn't shining or during demand spikes. But for us, this is also about people. This project means hundreds of good-paying construction jobs, real careers, and local workers, not fly-by labor, and generates tax revenue for roads, schools, public safety without raising property taxes on residents. Reliable power is economic development. If energy isn't here, the employers won't come here. Projects like this help Pinal County compete for new manufacturing and keep opportunity local. We're ready to go to work building it safely and professionally. I respectfully ask for your support of the Silver King Energy Center. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jonathan Daly.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Daly. It's getting kind of hard to follow all these guys, so I won't repeat everything. I'm with LIUNA, Laborers International Union of North America. I'm here representing our members, more specifically our local members that are currently traveling to Phoenix, Waddell, Goodyear, even Baghdad to the copper mines that would love to work here. Short and brief, kind of same with what the rest of my brothers and sisters are saying here tonight, but on behalf of the Laborers Union, we hope you please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The last card that I have here is Sean Lopez.
Thank you, Board. Sean Lopez, union representative for members from Pinal County who can't be here today. We just ask for you to support this project. I would like to address, yes, these jobs are temporary. Our careers are temporary. We're stringing along job after job. Once our job finishes, everybody else in here can begin their job once the building's completed. So this one job will be finished, but it's going to lead to more jobs. Thank you so much. We ask for your support.
Thank you. I have no more cards. Are there any others that wish to speak on this item? Okay. Come on down, Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I'm here against the solar program. We're talking years, 3 to 5 years, it seems like 7 years maybe, of building and getting energy. I have yet to hear of a program that solar solved our energy problems. Yes, it might help for little bits. It might relieve a little of the grid. This summer, or last summer, I was coming home from up north, and I came over the hill to go into the valley where Salt Lake City lives, or is. The beautiful mountains to the east, and to the west, coming over the little hill, I saw solar panels for about 2 hours or 3 hours solid along the highway. Solid. And it's awful. And I think we're jumping on something that's here because we see it. What are we going to do with these panels in 30 years? Yeah, none of us are going to be here, but somebody will, hopefully. And the last solar people I talked to, they told me they can't do anything to get rid of the solar panels. They're stacked up in their back field. Well, we have other energy coming. Micronuclear is on the horizon. It will solve problems, not put a Band-Aid on the worries we have. How many of us got up this morning and our lights didn't go on? I haven't lived in a place that's had as good of electricity as Apache Junction, where I'm living now. I've lived in places where the lights would go out and they'd have to go fix that and go fix the other thing. We have good electricity. My refrigerator runs all the time. It just seems like we're jumping on something because it's here. What about that's coming and can give us long range? My brother lives in Texas with the rolling brownouts, and they go for weeks at a time sometimes. They have solar over there, too. How come it hasn't solved that problem? I think we need to think about it, look for long range. Maybe now is the time to save our money for something that's really going to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lehman.
Kathy Lehman, resident of Florence, Supervisors. I'm not in favor of approving this project. Our deserts are beautiful. It's one of the reasons that I live here. And I really believe that solar is ruining our desert. And, you know, they told us for the solar project on 79 that we wouldn't see it. Well, I see it every time I drive on 79. And to date, I have not received any reduction in my power bill for any of the solar that we have put in. And I did actually, at the Florence Town Council, voice my opinion about the Florence Technology Center. Obviously, I did not win that argument, but that's okay. It's a public forum. This is what we need to do. Pinal County is beautiful. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I'm Pam Bradshaw. I'm from Apache Junction and the rest of you Board of Supervisors. I already saw on the way here today a solar farm. You know what? I have yet to see a person out there working that solar farm. I understand that these construction people have the ability to go ahead and build something like this, but in 5 years, where is their job going to be? Are they going to be looking someplace else? I realize they need a job. Maybe a few businesses, instead of 8,000 acres of solar panels, might supply us with jobs for our residents who are moving into this area for way more than 5 years. This versus the jobs that just build the solar farm. And that's all? Is there any work for them after that? Do they have to look someplace else? I realize they have chosen this job. We chose jobs too, and so did you. We don't have to move to find a job. In my opinion, micronuclear would be much more effective, and future businesses that you might find to build in this area is the way to go, providing constant employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Man, solar's taking a beating today. Jeez.
Can you please state your name and where you're from?
I'm Theron Connor out of Arizona. I passed a solar farm coming here today, too, and I'm in favor of this project. It was called the City of Gold Canyon. They have solar all over their houses, all over them. And for solar to take the beating that it's taking is ridiculous. It's a great option. You have to mix these together. If you have solar, you have to have battery storage, or solar doesn't work. So you have the battery storage, you have the natural gas. This works together. The young rancher said it here a little while ago. There's more golf courses that destroyed the Sonora Desert than Gold Canyon than I've ever seen. Every house up there has destroyed the Sonora Desert. And it's funny how the Apache Junction people look down on the valley, but they don't see any of the houses that have destroyed. They only see the solar panels. And to be honest with you, if you look at a solar panel from the distance, it looks like a mirage. It actually looks like a lake in the middle of the desert. So it's not ugly. I don't think it's taking it on what it actually does. I think you're missing the point of this is going to lower your bills. I think some of us had discussions that you're never going to get a lower bill, but can we maintain the rate that you have? And I don't believe this power is going to go to your houses. And as solar lowered your electric bill on your house, I can tell you that there's some facts that I've heard that one neighbor's $300 and the next neighbor's $700. So don't tell me that solar doesn't work. It works. It's about how you use it and where you use it and how much of it you use. If you mix it, it works. It's good. It's good for the community. It's for fire. It's infrastructure. We have to have infrastructure. There's not a person in this room that doesn't charge their cell phone with electricity. Every single one of them. Why don't we take it away? Take the electricity away and see what they get. We went from typewriters to keyboards to cell phones. We're moving in this direction. These companies that are coming that you have approved need this power. This is crucial. I'm just, it's hard to sit here and listen to the beating that solar is taking. And it seems to be that that's the only issue with this project. But I can say, more of this desert was destroyed by the city of Gold Canyon than it was this 4,000 acres. Thanks, man.
No clapping, please. Next, please.
This is the first time I've done this, so I don't really know the protocol, but my name is Victoria Hansen. I live in Apache Junction, and I came here against the solar, and I am still against it, but I came with an open mind, thinking maybe I could be convinced or hear some arguments for solar that would make me, and I haven't. I think people want to make money, and I think that's why they chose to put this in here. I don't think that we have a power issue here. And what I would like to see, I hear micronuclear. I'm not an expert on solar or micronuclear, but I would like to see a comparison, because in the long run, from what I hear, I think micronuclear would be the better way to go, because it would be more long-term. It's not something that's short-term, that's going to be a fix for, even if it's 30 or 40 years. I won't be around here, but the micronuclear will be here. I mean, Palo Verde's been out there forever, and the micronuclear could be here for a long, long time, and it's efficient, and it's not an eyesore. It's not going to ruin the ground, and that's all I have to say. So please vote no on this. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others to it? Mr. Reveles.
Roberto Reveles, resident of Gold Canyon. As a resident of Gold Canyon, we've dealt with impacts on views. I've heard some members of this board and previous members lamenting looking at red tile roofs. I happen to be a place with under a tile roof, but I also have solar panels on my roof. Each month, when I look at my energy bill, a minimum of 22% up to about 42% each month is solar generated. As a retiree living a comfortable life, I think that's a benefit. a benefit that comes from the sun, a limitless source of energy. Whereas nuclear, I'm a supporter of nuclear, but I also recognize that the wastes from nuclear continue to be an ever-present challenge for us. Pinal County also recognized the value of solar panels. I remember sitting here years ago hearing criticisms about the mounting energy costs for Pinal County. And I happen to have mentioned then, well, have you ever considered placing solar panels over parking areas that would have multiple benefits? Yes, you now have solar panels. Why? Because it's proven to be a dependable source of energy that is beneficial to the economy, to a county that's wide open for opportunity. All those opportunities will be depending on energy. So I support this project, and I hope you do too.
Thank you. Any others that wish to speak? Ms. Mooney.
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure and fellow commissioners. Excuse me, Board of Supervisors. I just have one major concern. I'm sorry, my name is Karen Mooney. I'm from Santan Valley. I have a major concern. This property went through the major comp plan amendment process last year through the county and then was pulled from the P&Z agenda in October. It then came back as a special district process circumventing the major comp plan. What concerns me is the area below the railroad tracks is potentially going to be sold, and what is going to prevent that without some sort of a stipulation that they don't come back and ask for that to be rezoned to be more solar? There's a whole purpose of going through that special process, a special district process, and that's concerning because there isn't anything to prevent that from coming back and then it all just being all solar. With all the complaints that came through the opposition in the beginning, and then it didn't with the special district. I don't feel everybody realized just what that process was and how it came back so quickly. I was shocked to see that. So I would recommend in the future that special districts have some sort of a stipulation in there that if they're going to come through as a special district, that property be protected, that it can't be changed back to solar. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any others that wish to speak? Ms. Badasky, come on up. You know, just so everybody knows, Jeopardy starts at 7, right? So
I'm Dia Podolsky, and I live in unincorporated Pinal County. And I came in and I didn't have a strong opinion one way or another. I'm not sure if I were in your position and had to vote, I would know how I was going to vote. But I think perhaps I know a lot about nuclear energy because I spent 30-some years of my life living in Hanford, Richland, Washington, which is next to Hanford, which is one of the 3 original sites of the Manhattan Project. When I moved there from the University of Iowa in my hippie self, the first thing I did was go to Portland to object to nuclear power. By the time I left, they'd kind of convinced me that nuclear power was okay, but there are a lot of things to consider. And I think that just throwing out micronuclear power without really examining it is problematic. And so I still don't know. I just think that if you're using that as a basis for your decision, perhaps you should have spent more time on that. That's all. And Jeopardy, I have things before Jeopardy, like cooking. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any others that wish to speak before the board?
Thank you, Chairman, and people of the board. My name is Bobby Craig. I'm from Cactus Forest, so I'm yours. No fighting over that, huh? I just see some discrepancies, and I saw them from the planning and zoning to what they're presenting here, and those discrepancies make me very suspicious of the project that they're presenting. One of them is they still want to give the largest part of their funding to ASU. They were asked at planning and zoning, they were said, well, we have our own college, CAC, but I see again ASU is on that docket. The other thing is the planning and zoning staff presenter said again that Arizona Game and Fish approved the project. That's what came about when they presented to planning and zoning. They said, we've been in communication with Arizona Game and Fish. They were talking about making one of the washes a wildlife corridor, and they kept saying, we've been in communication. And then towards the end of their presentation, they said, well, we really haven't been communicating. We just read their studies. And so I'm feeling like a song and dance. That's the best I can say. The other question I would have, the buffer zone along the wash that they'll put up a fence, will that buffer zone include all the trees, the old trees? You've seen those, the mesquite trees out there. I don't really have faith that the trees will be gone and the fence will go up and they'll call that the wildlife corridor. So things like that I question. When it seems like, or I hear that money is the most important thing, then I question those decisions. I'm thinking of Ansel Adams. He was a photographer, and everyone knows Ansel from the 20s and 30s, but he said, once destroyed, nature's beauty cannot be repurchased at any price. Once destroyed, nature's beauty cannot be repurchased at any price. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you
for listening.
Any others that wish to speak before the board? Okay, remember, and her cooking shows are coming too, just so you know.
Sorry. My name is Sarah Mariah, and I am an apprentice in the local 640. Chairman and people of the board, thank you. I just want to add to what everybody had said, basically, as far as the route to take to go to work. I, as a single mother of 3, live here in Casa Grande, and I do work at EdgeCore right now at Fort Bombard Electric, and I actually do travel an hour to and from work. Sometimes I do have to leave early to get to my kids. I feel like this is a great opportunity for, to be home, closer to home. And again, more opportunity, the better for all of us. And I speak for some of my brothers and sisters at work where, they're traveling and it's hard for them, it's hard for the families and stuff. So I think this is a great opportunity. And I don't know a lot about solar. I don't know a lot about everything that everybody's talking about. But, yes, Arizona is beautiful. I grew up here, and it's just desert, Eventually, it's probably going to be used for houses. Like, I haven't been in Florence in so many years that I saw there was new houses here. We don't complain about new houses because we need them. So why can't we have a big, center where we're going to have a lot of energy and a lot of electricity or a lot of data center or anything that's going to provide more opportunity for more stores, for more grocery, for more gas, anything like that. So I feel like the more opportunity, the better. Again, I just feel like sometimes it's hard for us to be traveling an hour. Right now, there's a lot of traffic with the freeway being built, and we don't complain about that. We don't say nothing about that, So I just think that this Silver King Solar is going to be a great opportunity, not only for money because we need it or anything, but just in general for our lifestyle and for living. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others that wish to speak? Go.
Good afternoon. Michael Vasquez, IBW 640. Before I got into the union, I was actually installing solar all across the whole Arizona. I've installed solar on thousands of houses, so I know that it works. If it didn't work, people wouldn't still be buying it. People wouldn't still be purchasing solar. So I just want to say that, just as the gentleman said earlier, there's eyesores everywhere. Like he said, you know, when you build houses, when you're building different buildings and stuff, you gotta tear up the ground. You gotta build. You know what I mean? Like, so I just want to say that it's a good thing, and I just hope that you guys could just vote yes for the solar project. Thank you.
Thank you. Going again. Any others that wish to speak before the board?
I think we heard them all.
No, I know he's already gone. I'm tracking people's head. All right. Seeing none, then I'm going to close the public hearing. And with that, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Actually,
No, do I have to do something different now? I'm sorry. I
want to counter some of the.
Oh, do I want to counter some stuff?
Some of the ridiculousness we just heard. Yes.
Okay.
So
Do I have some questions from the board? Let me go someplace else. Is there any discussion from the board?
yes, there is.
There is. I thought there was. Okay, keep going. Go ahead.
I yield to my
I'm coming back
buddy
to
from
you.
Apache Junction.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
So this is the worst project that I've encountered in 20 years of public office. There's already 40,000 acres of solar approved for Pinal County. You're not even going to see an impact from that. However, the micronuclear, which most people don't understand until you research it, it's breaking right now. There is no waste for micronuclear. You can power a whole submarine with it, a whole aircraft carrier. There's just news, they just flew one across the country. It's also portable. You can set it down for a project just to run that project. There are 6 bills in the U.S. Congress right now for micronuclear, and there's one in the Arizona House. This is going to happen within the next 5 years. This company will tell you they don't have the technology. China's already using it. We do have the technology. Used to be a microwave cost $800 and they were that big. They're now $10 at Goodwill. This cell phone used to be the size of a World War II walkie-talkie, and it had to be tethered to a car. They're now disposable. I got 6 of these at home in my drawer. So that's once there's going to be a chain reaction once the micronuclear starts happening. And I hope that all of the many lobbyists in the audience right now will get behind that, because this is something that's not temporary jobs, just putting this stuff up. This will stay here, and there'll be jobs. This also jeopardizes the future of real jobs that could come into that area. And it devalues, because nobody wants to be around solar. It'll just hurt everything contiguous to it. It also jeopardizes the future roadways, as someone says. No one's going to be in a hurry to punch the 24 through to go to a solar field that has 5 employees. They will punch the 24 through in more of a hurry if you have real employment out there. And the tax dollars from when you lease land, it actually goes down. You can get that much tax dollars from one Walmart in 5 or 10 years of what this thing will bring in. If this property sells, the tax dollars are going to be way, way higher. And this was also, it would be the end of Superstition Vistas as envisioned. So right now, life is pretty good out here in our part of the area. We know where this is. A lot of you folks that came in from Casa Grande or wherever, you couldn't even pinpoint this on a map. And if this does get completed, though, our life is degraded forever. So there's that. And with this property that we have in this part of we're the most beautiful girl in school. We don't have to say yes to the first person that asks us to the prom. We can be particular, and we're hopefully not going to say yes to this first terrible project brought before us.
Supervisor Goodman.
Well, I was the most beautiful person, but I held off to get better. But I didn't date much in high school, so that's probably a problem of mine.
I take a little bit different approach here. When I first came in office in 2017, we had some deficiencies in our infrastructure here within Pinal County, major deficiencies. That was a projection. We, as a board, back in that day, came up with strategic plans to be able to move things forward, to bring employment opportunities to the community, to the various communities throughout our county. I serve as the district for District 2, a highly populated, the most populated community up until recently for the entire county. 85% of our population was leaving this area to go to work. Like many of you that just spoke, they were spending 2 or 3 hours on the road to get to work on the west side. It's good to know that we've improved our transportation system a little bit better, and there's a lot more to go. If I am not mistaken, there was a question in regards to the extension of the 24 that was just brought up again. If I'm looking at this, and if I looked at some of the information that I've been able to read, some of these $15 million specifically will be towards the 24 extension all the way to where it's planned to go. So that will help alleviate a lot of our transportation issues that we have. There's some other areas that I'm not for sure where we're at on the development agreement, because I'm a strong believer in really fine-tuning now. We need to look at this more objectively when it comes to these particular projects. We've already heard some of the projects that are out there. I've said it many times. If a pig's going to be here, we need to put some lipstick on it so that it looks good. And so, but I think of, and you've heard me say this multiple times, in the town of Gilbert, right smack dab in the town of Gilbert, there is a gas-powered generator that SRP owns. They have methodically put landscape around that people, high-end homes have been built around that facility. People do not complain about the noise that was brought up here earlier, about that particular facility in close proximity to downtown Gilbert. The other part is that jobs. We were talking about jobs, and everybody was talking about temporary jobs here. This particular facility has a commitment, providing that they're able to work through the delivery aspect of it with SRP, to be able to take power to a high-tech area, a data center, which is something that is needed, that would do the town of Florence a great service of being able to generate income to be able to help the residents here in Florence, not to mention the surrounding area. The biggest thing for me as a supervisor sitting here, I have a large family. Everybody knows that. I talk about it all the time. But somebody said something about our youth leaving our area after they are trained and everything else, then they go somewhere else and they move away. I'd like to see that reverse. My wife loves to have our grandkids around. I like to be able to send them home at times. But the bottom line is that the change is coming. It's inevitable. I'm a big proponent of the nuclear power that you speak of, Supervisor Surtee. And you and I are on the same page when it comes to that. But I also see things, how far out is that going to go? We have immediate projects that are at our doorstep right now, today, that will bring more employment opportunities here to our youth and to the people that live here currently. Not to mention the draw that it will bring and give us the opportunity to grow. So when I think of these type of projects, and when I first came in here to serve, my whole purpose was to help bring additional economic growth and stability and create a better quality of life for the families that live here. And I think this particular project will do something like that. So from my perspective, I see this as a positive. Yeah, it takes up a lot of land and everything else. But it also, there's some components of this with the battery storage. We know that we've already approved many gas-powered plants that have the battery. Supervisor Vitiello, you did a great job explaining when these batteries burn. We've got a YouTube video that showed that, the safety behind it. And so this has a mixed component that I think lends itself to where we should have been going in the first place here when these kind of projects came before us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Miller, you have any comments?
Sure. No, I know, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know to some of you out there I'm considered Solar Steve. So I have been pretty much a proponent of solar for the most part. I mean, I see the advantages of it. And so all of this discussion today, I try to weigh it all. So for those in Casa Grande that support it, I should discount that because they're in Casa Grande. But for those who oppose it that live in Casa Grande, I should discount them the same amount. I mean, if it's discounted, it's discounted. So if we don't want to put solar down because we're going to use up land, then is the object to not develop it at all? Because if we bring businesses in, any other type of business, whatever it is, whatever type of a business, it's going to use land. And I've been a real advocate that the state of Arizona does not take advantage of their state trust lands to benefit not just schools but communities as a whole. This county is the size of Connecticut, and only 19% of it is privately owned. Only 19%. There's more percentage in Indian reservations in this county than there is private land. So anytime we can get a piece of land and use it to generate tax revenues, I'm like for it. So then you weigh the idea, well, something's going to come in someday, and they're going to use that land, and it won't be pristine anymore, and it won't have a mesquite tree, or it won't have whatever. Is that what we're dealing with? We want to make this like a perpetual easement that it'll never be developed and it'll remain? I don't know that we can actually do that. I mean, I don't think it's wise to do something like that at this point in time. As far as the nuclear goes, I've had conversations with both SRP and APS on that in pretty good detail. There's two that are being built right now. One in the southeast, I don't know, Georgia, Alabama, someplace in that area, and there's one in Utah. And everybody in the United States is sitting around watching them build this thing because nobody knows what it's really going to cost and take to build these nuclear generations. And probably the soonest we would ever see a permit in the state of Arizona would be someplace between 10 to 12 years where they would permit that type of generation to be permitted in the state of Arizona. And then you go, well, are they going to let them put them on state land? Who knows? And if you do, I don't care how small or how efficient they are, they're still going to take up land. I mean, nuclear is good, but it still takes a lot of land to produce them. So the pros and the cons on this, to me, are 50-50. It's there's, either, if you want it, it's because you see the positives. If you don't want it, it's because you think it's all negative. And I think that the gentleman that got up and said, we benefit this state with all types of projects, from golf courses to houses to subdivisions to parks and to recreation areas and riparian areas. So, there I am.
Can I ask you a question? If it's
You
all
can
right?
ask a question.
Okay.
You just did. Did you want to know?
I asked you for permission. Okay.
ahead.
Currently, with the state land, there's no tax revenue that's generated on state land. Is that correct?
Oh, we receive revenue.
Chairman, I don't want to necessarily speak for state land if I don't know the exact answer. I know I can find out from them. I think others might know more intimately on this particular one. There might be some grazing leases in that area. That's probably the extent of it at this point.
Okay, so that benefits
the state,
the beneficiaries of state land.
Grazing fees. But
Grazing fees that you're paying. Okay.
Yeah, but they go to the state.
They go to the state, correct.
Gets redistributed back to the schools. So I can tell you it's in the school budget. So I said, what the heck is that thing? And that's what.
Yeah. So, and I think that's been some of our concerns, especially here in our county, because we have such a large, vast ownership of state land that's in our county. The other question I have is pretty much it. Well, the development agreement. Where's that at? I mean, is there any kind of if I could, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Supervisor. I'm happy to answer that, and there's a few other things I would be happy to respond to as well, if appropriate. The development agreement, we've been working with the county attorney's office and in county management on fine-tuning that agreement. We were hoping that would be available for this agenda to, of course, be available for vote altogether, but they wanted to spend more time creating legal descriptions and exhibits for all the correct right-of-way dedications and kind of just fine-tuning the specifics of the agreement. But I think the spirit of the agreement is agreed to, and that is to make contributions for transportation infrastructure based on a per megawatt of production with this project.
Okay, yeah, I think for me, if I had a better feel for what kind of commitments you're agreeing to in that development agreement would be pretty important.
Yeah, so specifically it's $12,500 per megawatt that goes into capacity or goes into production. And then it would also include dedication of specific roadways. That was part of the detail that the county wanted to work on to figure out which exact roadways and dedications would be required and to work with ASLD on the process for doing that. And then the other component is the land that would be dedicated as part of Development Area B that would be used for county administration offices.
I did notice you mentioned something about the wildlife or the open space and trails. Would that include any kind of parks besides the regional parks?
In Development Area A, where the solar is, it would just be the open space areas, but certainly within Development Area B, south of the rail line, there would be opportunities for parks. We could incorporate that in the development agreement.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Can I have the last word since it's in mostly my district?
I guess so, sure.
Could I maybe comment on some of the questions about the nuclear and the solar, just in kind of in general with some of the comments that were made?
Are you okay with that?
Yes, but you've already stated that you don't think nuclear is there because you're obviously proposing this already obsolete technology. So yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think everybody in this room supports small modular nuclear. I mean that it's a very great technology, and I look forward to that era of abundance. But we are not there today, and we have a large employment user, a large technology center sitting waiting to turn the switch on, and it doesn't have power. We are providing a power plant, and all this board needs to do is approve this project, and that project moves at a pace 5 to 7 years faster than it would otherwise. We connect to the Able substation. The Florence Tech Park draws from the Able substation. It doesn't get more clear than that. This board and this county is always asking energy projects like this, how can you guarantee us that the power stays in the county? it does not get more clear cut than this exact situation here. You have a power provider, a power producer, an end user in close proximity connecting to the same substation with a contract for power delivery. Now, I know Supervisor Vidiello, you're concerned about the lack of contract that exists today with SRP. There's been an immense amount of collaboration with Salt River Project. They're very aware of this project. This is just not the point in the process when they would have an executed contract with a project like this, because they have to incorporate that into their resource planning and then share that with their end users. And if this board were to deny this project, then SRP has made a promise that it no longer can keep. And so it doesn't make contracts with users like this until it has entitlements, until it has more certainty. But inevitably, as the power provider, as the utility in this area, they would be a part of the delivery of power through the Able substation to the Florence Technology Park. So,
can I say something to that?
Sure.
Ifs, buts, and maybes. That's what you said 3 times just now. Nobody in this room runs their home or their business on all 3 of those. So when you say that, is anybody from SRP here? No. Thank you.
Supervisor, I think you understand that's just not how their process works. And they need certainty with an energy project before they can include it in their resource planning and engage in a contract with that user and their customer. But there's a contract with the end user from this power provider. It doesn't get more clear than that to say that this power is staying in Pinal County. And so if you don't approve this project today, that project is going to, the Florence Technology Park will sit there undeveloped for an extra 5 to 7 years.
Just to comment on that, I know someone from the town of Florence told me it wouldn't have a significant impact on that, but that's just another comment. Ms. Roberts, you have a comment?
Lord, thank you. There have been some statements made about the delegation, the development agreement, and where the county attorney's office is, and I think there may have been some legal issues that the board should be aware of, so I would recommend an executive session. Very briefly.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I've got a recommendation for an executive session.
So moved. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Those in favor? Aye. We are moving to executive session. Motion is second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. We're back in regular session. Where were we?
We're getting ready for closing
There we
statements.
go. I think Supervisor Sturdy was up next.
If I could just offer briefly, and then I can sit down, but with the understanding that there's maybe a desire to see a development agreement and maybe a desire to see some other statement of certainty from Salt River Project, if this board was open to a continuance, we would appreciate the opportunity to deliver that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So not to argue, but I don't think that the micronuclear technology is that far off with all the bills that are already running in the state legislature and the Congress. I think it's going to come quicker. And we're talking about setting the future for the next 30, 40, maybe forever years. And just look right now with the Cardinals. Wouldn't it be nice to not have to deal with Kyler Murray? And we're about to put a Kyler Murray here for the next 40 years. And we don't want to burden the future boards here with whatever might be coming later. So that is my closing statement.
Are there any other comments from the board?
I would like to see more of a fine tune. If this is going to move forward, I'd like to see more of a fine-tuned development agreement between us and them.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? In that case, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, before I make the motion, we're combining 18, 19,
No, we're going to
20.
do each,
one at a time?
We're going to do one at a time.
Okay. So before I make my motion, I just want to also say I understand everybody. I've heard everybody, both sides of the coin. Mr. Chair, I make a motion to deny 18 as written.
Second.
have a motion and a second. So those in favor of denying, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you. 19. I need a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to deny 19 as written.
Have a motion.
Second.
Have a second. Motion and a second. Those in favor of denying 19, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, motion passes or denies. Item number 20. Need a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to deny 20 as written.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Those in favor of denying item 20 indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion is denied. All right, thank you. We move on to item 21. Discussion disapproval of the request to create a new job classification. Ms. Shepherd, I know you're out there someplace. Oh, or not. Ms. Verdugo, you're out there.
I'm up. Yes.
We'll wait. We'll give everybody a chance to clear the room, then we can go. We need to move the uproar to the outer chambers, please. Thank you, Miss Adam. A lovely red, by the way.
No.
All right, there you go, Ms. Verdugo.
Thank you. Chairman McClure, members of the board, I'm Kimberly Verdugo, Human Resources Classification and Compensation Manager. Today we are seeking your approval to create a new job classification, Legislative Liaison Policy Advisor for elected offices. The intended focus of this classification is to work collaboratively with the county, government relations and policy advisors supporting the specific elected office by researching, analyzing, compiling, and disseminating information on legislation affecting the assigned elected office. Additionally, this role will serve as a liaison with the state legislatures on behalf of the elected officials' office and will conduct ongoing reviews of policy procedures and standard practices to ensure goals and objectives are achieved and that the elected office remains in compliance with applicable rules and laws. The creation of this new job classification will allow for the future creation of new positions dedicated to meeting the legislative and policy needs of the specific elected offices. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a quick question. You just said elected office, elected office, elected office,
Yes.
elected offices. So I'm curious as to which office and or offices this is for, or is it across the board?
Yes, so it's a classification that could be used in any elected office.
Okay. So Board of Supervisors could use a set of these people, a person, pick it, treasurer, whoever. Ms. Shepherd, please specify. Thank you.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, no.
Backup singer.
Oh, the backup singer.
Oh.
You have and you got the dancing shoes. Okay, well, Ms. Verdugo, go ahead and just clarify. I mean, but for all the different offices, so we could have multitude of these people.
Correct. So it would be the classification would be available to be used in an elected office.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
Is so each office individual or one person?
Well, that's where I was kind of going. But I think it's like for the collective office of the board.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, this creates the classification. In order to create a position, that is a separate process.
Okay, good.
And the elected office would have to make the business case for the position to be created. That would have to go through the approval. There would have to be funding to support the position. So hopefully that's responsive to your question. While everyone may ultimately have one, they would have to first justify the need for for the position using this classification.
Right, this is the screwdriver wrapped in plastic on the shelf, but you can't have it until you can justify it. Got it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I meant to say. Thank you.
We have a
Okay, I get that. Are there?
Analogy, but that's okay.
Yeah, same idea. Okay, the shiv, right? You know, okay. Anybody have any comments?
Well, don't we have somebody like that now?
We have.
I mean, we use Tammy for that, don't we?
She's our legislative liaison. She's not this.
So each of us here could have a legislative liaison? Potential. Well, that's if it's
But
approved,
she's like
right,
the
I get-
county's.
okay, all right.
It's
Yeah.
funding, so yeah, if you need one in your office for some reason, you'd have to justify it. Build it out of your budget.
And then I got to come and beg you guys, yeah,
Right,
never
you got to
mind.
make me happy. So, but I think the person you're referring to works for the county in general.
Right.
So we're talking specific offices.
Specific, okay. Right. Okay.
Right. Okay. So this is just making the position, or making the creation of the classification, not the position itself. Okay. Are there any other questions? Hearing none. May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 21 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. And finally, it's Jeopardy time. We are adjourned.